What's going on, chat? Welcome to the stream. How we doing? It's Friday Fun Day. It's your boy, Donkus Jonkus. What else do you say as a streamer? I don't know, I'm still getting used to this. Yeah, how's everyone doing? It's good to see folks in the chat. We've already got people here straight away. We have got Val, the lovely Italian. We've got Fraser, we got Steph. How are you doing? Welcome in. How's your Friday been? How's your week been? What you're up to? We got so many things to cover. It's certainly a week where weeks are happening every day instead of I guess like a week where nothing happens. You know, the Lenin quote. You know what I'm trying to say. There's so much stuff going on. Pathogen7, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, God, we got everything from the current UK politics shit show to updates on Palestine, Gaza, sort of worldwide response. We've also got some we got some New York mayoral race stuff, which I wanna check out because that seems pretty interesting. And then just like general slop, like general garbage, general drama bullshit, you know? It's the Lenin quote week. That's it. There's days where weeks happen, but there's also weeks where everyday weeks happen. Yeah? Yeah? Is that it? I don't know. Anyway, there's just so much stuff going on. We also got some fun stuff to come at the end of the stream because you know me, chat. I'm one of these losers who loves paranormal stuff, but I found something that's much better in terms of like content than me just like checking out random people who are being like, yeah, this is definitely a UFO, rah, rah, rah. They've actually got on YouTube the entire backlog of Unsolved Mysteries episodes. If you don't know about Unsolved Mysteries, it was a dead popular show in the 90s because in the 90s they were having like a UFO boom. I remember this because I was a kid in the 90s and I was terrified of UFOs growing up. Had loads of books about unsolved mysteries, crazy mysteries and stuff. And I was watching one of these episodes. It's not all about like UFO stuff. It's actually like there's actually a lot of stuff about like actual real life disappearances and stuff like that in there. And I was watching one of these episodes last night and I was like, oh damn, like a lot of these disappearances just like happened and were sort of like reported as mysteries because people didn't really understand like abuse and domestic abuse and coercive control and, you know, all the things that we understand a lot better now about patriarchy and how men were able to you know, basically just like be horrible, drive women out of their homes, you know, kill them without any repercussions, all that kind of stuff. Mental. Absolutely mental. Freddy for you. Hello, I'm new. Hello, I'm not. I'm old. Welcome in. How are you doing? So yeah, we got a bunch of stuff to take a look at today, so we might as well get straight into it. Yeah, just how like Stockholm Syndrome was invented, yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I was watching that last night and I was like, what the fuck is going on? That's mental. KXLLZ98, hey, just popping in to say I hope you've been okay, Muel. It's Lewis Kel98, if you remember that name. Hey, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Sorka Flora, Sorka with the new name, how are you doing? I really like Delta Green, funny bit of lore where the aliens both real and a hoax. Classic grey aliens and flying saucers are a hoax orchestrated by far freakier aliens to fuck with humanity. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This is actually what's happening, I agree. I think that's based and it's true. We're gonna kick off with the UK stuff, and we're starting out with Robert Jenrick talking about how Sadiq Khan is bad. But he's not bad for the reasons that like leftists would say that he's bad. He's bad for the reasons that right-wingers and people like Robert Jenrick from Reform, would say. So let's take a look and see what Robert Jenrick is saying. I can't even say his name right. Robert Jenrick is saying about Sadiq Khan's London. Well, first of all, in the tweet here, he says, Sadiq Khan is driving a proud city into the ground. Law breaking is out of control. He's not acting. So I did. Right. So what exactly does that mean? Already, that's crazy. Like, what is he saying? He's like, law breaking is out of control. He's not acting, so I did. Like, well, what would the London mayor do about law? Give more money to the cops. So what you're saying is you gave more money to the cops. You increased police powers. How did you do that? You're in an unmandated position. Let's see what he's actually done. This is a minute-long clip. It looks like he's on the London Underground here.
Excuse me, do you think it's all right not to pay? Seriously, why do you go back through the barrier and pay? Do you want to go back and pay like everybody else? Do you think it's all right not to pay? Why don't you go back and pay?
I see. So what happened is he became a cop. Right, gotcha.
You can say off as much as you want. But everyone else has to pay. You're carrying a knife, you say? Nearly 1 in 20...
He's doing the right-wing fucking content creator grift bit. Carrying a knife, did you say? Cut away dead quick, just in case.
5 people using London's public transport aren't paying for it. So there's 8 officers down there, but 1 minute away, that gate's wide open. It's also just annoying watching so many...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's some good shit right there, man. Get the black guy with the locks on his brake with his feet up in the ticket office. Yeah, just film that. Didn't he get in trouble from Transport for London for doing this? I fucking hope so. I fucking hope so.
So many people break the law and get away with it.
Or at least most of it.
Right, should we go over here to these guys here? Excuse me, gents.
Hello.
You're on...
Oh, he's dobbing these boys in.
All right, thanks very much.
Oh, he's dobbing these boys in. Right, yeah, that's cool. Everyone loves a snitch. It's really cool when... You know, your whole, like, campaign. I don't know what this campaign is about. It's like, you know? Isn't it illegal to act like a cop when you aren't harassing people in public? Yeah, I mean, I think it is. But, you know, even if it isn't, I'm pretty sure it's just extremely cringe, immoral, horrific behavior. You know, like, fare dodging. Fare dodging. That's what we're talking about here. Fare dodging. Like, he mentions it at some point here. Where are we? Right. Nearly 1 in 25 people using London's Underground are not paying the fare. Right? And as Zazixi here points out, favorite part about this is he has to express the proportion of fare evaders as a fraction because 4% is hilariously small. 4%. 4%. Yeah, this is so important, chat.
Town centres.
Whoa, what's he talking about now? Hey, Emmy, by the way, and hi, Husker, how are you? Good to see you. It's just fucked up.
Hello. You're on camera, mate, you bang to rights.
You're on camera, you bang to rights.
It's the same with bike theft, phone theft, tool theft, shoplifting, drugs in town centres, weird Turkish barber shops. It's all chipping away at society. The state needs to reassert itself and...
What the fuck? Weird Turkish barbershops? What is he talking about? What are you on about? Weird Turkish barbershops? What are you fucking on about? What is this? Is this new? Chat, what have I missed? What have I missed? Right, I've got to Google this. I've got to find out what this is about. Weird Turkish barber. It comes up on Google straight away. I think this is Turkish barbershops crackdown. Police. Oh, I see. Right, this is about like immigration cops. It's right. Okay, I'm getting it now. I'm understanding where it's coming from. You know, in the racist mind, yeah, they are associating absolutely everything with you know, immigration, race. So essentially, what he's saying is like weird Turkish barbershops. They exist. It's almost like a dog whistle, basically, at this point. You know. You know, if you go on the Reddit here, like r/United Kingdom, you get all kinds of like nonsense like this. Turkish barbershops crack down, police raid dozens of businesses run as a front for money laundering. You know, again, like lots of businesses are run as a front for money laundering. It happens quite you know, a lot. You know, Easily one of the worst subreddits, by the way, r/United Kingdom. You know, plenty of the people in this subreddit, 5.3 million members. I don't think there's that many people in Britain who are actually on the internet. I'm absolutely certain that that is just like all Americans just like manufacturing consent for horrific stuff. Gross subreddit, yeah. Let's point at the 1% of bad things happening and saying, it's happening everywhere. Classic fearmonger, yeah, that's right. Journey of discovery, and yeah, we found out how nutty the reference is. Yeah, we found out. It's good stuff. It's really good and normal stuff. Yeah, shoplifting, like, you know, again, right-wingers, they're never gonna point at why this kind of stuff happens. It's always like, it happens and it's bad. Yeah, it happens and so it's bad. And so what I would do if I got in power is I would kill everyone. Like that's their whole solution. But actually the way that you get rid of all this stuff is you increase people's material conditions, yada yada yada. You know the score, chat. Yeah, that one. Yeah. There it is. Let's act as if robbery is something brown immigrants brought because it obviously didn't exist before. Right, exactly. Who invented robbery? This is the real question, chat. Who actually invented it? We should think about that. No one thinks about these questions. Anyway, what do we got next? We got some more Normal Island stuff. So this is from Searchlight magazine. Searchlight, famous anti-fascist magazine. Reform UK councillor loses whip over unacceptable posts. So this is Mark Broadhurst. Let's see what Mark Broadhurst has been saying. Pretty sure Rob did. Yeah, Rob Rousseau. Yeah, he did, didn't he? It's true that Rob Rousseau invented robbery. You gotta make sure that he knows I said that about him. Right, okay. Mark Broadhurst. Reform UK removes whip from Doncaster councillor after unacceptable, in quotes, social media posts by Harry Harrison. Chat, this report was written by Harry Harrison. It's just not... We just don't live in a normal... None of this is real, is it? None of it's real. Okay. A new city councillor in Doncaster has been expelled for the Reform UK group over social media posts deemed unacceptable. Councillor Mark Broadhurst will now sit as a independent councillor after Reform chose to withdraw the RIP. Councillor Guy Aston, Reform UK group leader, said Mark Broadhurst. So there's some good journalist stuff going on here. Had the whip removed today due to inappropriate social media activity that does not reflect our values or standards. Family, community, country. Family, community, country. Right? What actually did he say, though? It included... Right, so the Doncaster Free Press doing a bit of neutral tone, or whatever you call it, like, you know, the wrong way to present something like this. The language, the journalistic language about this is bad. You know, using quotation marks for unacceptable. I wonder what is the, quote, unacceptable post. Well, it's saying that Islamic dress is like bin bags, and an image of Nazi leader Adolf Hitler, which suggested he'd have been a, quote, legend if he targeted Muslims. So that's the really, really, like, unacceptable, you know. They're claiming, like, oh god, like, unacceptable? Is it unacceptable to post this? Yes, it is the answer to that. Like, genuinely mental. Like, I knew it was going to be bad, but, like, literally just, like, a picture of Adolf Hitler saying he would have been a legend if he targeted Muslims. Mental. What are you talking about, dog? What are you talking about? Interesting. It doesn't say how it reflects the values. It doesn't say how it reflects the values of reform, but the values of reform, it is. Yes, it's mask off. It is, absolutely. I'm quite sure I invented the Rob You Got Robbed meme. The metadata says I made this image in November 13th, 2020. Uh-oh, you frickin' moron. You just got robbed. Why is he a green bean, Oscar? Why is friend of the show Rob Rousseau a green bean? Anyway, there you go. Rob Rousseau, if you don't know, get to know. Alright, okay, so, some cool reform stuff to start off the show. That's really good stuff to begin with. We got a post here that I saw from Helena No Justice. This is someone on, what is it, Jeremy Vine? Jeremy, Storm, and Vanessa on 5. And this is someone who apparently wrote a book about woke. So, you know, let's have a little look here and see what this fella's got to say. I don't know who it is. Andrew Doyle, is that his name?
Identify woke for me, just so we're clear, because we've had so many conversations on the program. I've said, you know, woke is causing trouble, and someone says, well, woke is actually just about being a nice person.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the word has been through various evolutions. You know, it originates in African-American vernacular back in the 20th century. As early as the 1930s, there's a recording by Leadbelly called Scottsboro Boys, which talks about staying woke. You know,
I love Leadbelly.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
So, just so you know, everyone, Jeremy Vine loves Leadbelly. Loves Leadbelly. Yeah, name 5 albums. Jeremy, name 10 songs by Leadbelly. I love Leadbelly. I love Leadbelly.
Developed throughout.
I love Leadbelly.
By the time you get to around 2015, because it did mean being alert to injustice, especially racism.
Yes.
If that's the case, I'm woke. Pretty much everyone's woke.
Oh, good.
But
Welcome
that's not,
to the club.
But that's not what it now means. And the reason for that is a cohort of activists around 2015 seized the word, hijacked it, and said, we're going to advance the notion of equity according to group identity, obsessed with group identity, and we're going to push it through authoritarian means. It was a very...
Oh my God, bro. I swear to God, authoritarian means, like, all right, which group? Like, he's like, an activist group. Okay, which one, bro? Which one? Name them. Name the group.
Top down, upper middle class movement. Look, it's a $9 billion...
Name the group. Name the movement.
$1 billion industry is the DEI industry. It's pushed by capitalists. It's pushed by
DNI
corporate.
is not woke. DNI is redress for historical injustices and power holding, which, sorry, it's nothing to do with woke.
Oh my God, this is just... We need a word for this specific conspiracy theory because this is a consistent myth about something happening to the word woke. Yeah, it never happened. It never happened. You know, in the meantime, chat, like, all these fucking retired-ass white boomer voters are sat there watching this shit every day being like, oh, damn, that sounds really scary. Anytime anyone mentions anything about being woke, I'm going to get dead scared of it straight away. And that's what this is all about. It's just to do that. No, I talk about all kinds of stuff, Freddie, for you. I try and be as internationalist as possible. Yeah, appears to be an all-white panel as well, yeah. As though the guys who flip their shit about someone having some funky shaped eyes or nostrils would look at a Muslim or trans lady and just be like, oh, okay, you're fine. Does he think the Nazis were fine with Muslims? Oh, you're on about the previous guy. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Like, absolutely. Well, it's actually interesting you mentioned that because I reckon what that Reform councillor was talking about in the previous bit that we just had a look at, I reckon he was trying to go with the Zio lie about, you know, trying to say that Adolf Hitler loved Muslims. Because that's a thing that they love to say. Like, Israel loves to be like, yeah. Fucking absolutely adored Muslims. Him and the Muslims were shaking hands all the time, making agreements, where in actual fact, Hitler was like, yeah, the idea of Israel is mint because it means that all the Jews go over there and stay away from us. Anyway.
Let me hold up the book. I'm sure we'll come back to... Oh, God, that was a good question.
Incredible. What is this? The end of woke. Hasn't someone done this already? Hasn't someone already done this? Someone, like they've been on this grift for decades. Yeah, the snap pan was crazy. Actually, yeah, check this shit out.
Hold up the book. I'm sure we'll come back to... Oh, God, that was a good question. That was dramatic. The end of woke. I want to say
how the culture war went too far. I can't wait to hear how the culture war went too far. Like, how did it go too far? What are you on about? Shut up.
In a Trump voice, Andrew Doyle out today. Stay with us, Andrew. I don't think we're going to get far from this subject, actually, as long as both of you all firing.
Thanks for the follow. Dave Rubin. Yeah, what a lot of grifters love to do is they love to be like, oh yeah, woke is over. This will be the end of woke. Leftists will eat themselves, etc., etc. And I'm not going to sit here and say that, the leftist movement or like the collection of leftist ideas or people who support ideological ideologies that are, broadly leftist all get on and we all agree and all that stuff. Absolutely not. But, I think our strength comes in the fact that we are very like, we move like water and stuff, generally speaking, like progressive and good ideas. Fascists are always trying to make things very like, orderous and shit like that, but like can't escape the fact that human beings are just chaotic. And that's it. It's wonderful how basic facts are being contested all day. It's good. It's good stuff. Breaking news: cishet pasty white guy thinks that civil rights have gone too far. Yeah, this has never happened in the history of woke ever. Yeah. Hate that when they say the Shah of Iran was the brain behind the Holocaust. It infuriates me when people say that. Yeah. No, that's what they say. Yeah, that's what they say, Husker. Yeah. That's the one. You got it, bro. Right, anyway, let's take a look at the next bit that we got to check out. We got a little bit from Greater Manchester Law Centre. It's not really from Greater Manchester Law Centre. This is from the big issue, but they're highlighting this here. So, all the while, there are all these conversations going on about, like, what is woke? What's the woke? What does it mean? What does it represent? Why has it gone too far? Why is it the worst thing ever? It's upper middle class. Nearly half of Brits are only £100 away from being overdue on their rent or mortgage on a knife edge. Yeah. I think it's fucking more than this. I know so many people who are probably in this situation. And the thing is that, like, if this is people who are only £100 away from being overdue on their rent or mortgage, how many people are actually overdue on their rent or mortgage? Here's something that is important to remember about British people and debt. Debt is such an embarrassing thing to talk about in British society because we have this very, very shit society. The stiff upper lip thing, always never talk about how hard things are for you. Someone's always got it harder than you, pal. All that kind of stuff. People, if they're asked about being in debt, they would just be like, yeah, nah, I'm not in debt, bro. What are you talking about? And then, having to, like, literally be involved with, like, several debt management companies. It's really shit. It's really, really, really shit. And it's just shit. It's super shit how stressful being in debt is. We're already exposed to so much trauma under capitalism and imperialism that, the actual, like, being in debt, knowing that even if you get paid a fucking windfall next month or whatever, you earn a bunch of money, you get a bonus from your job or whatever, you're still gonna have to, like, put a bunch of that into whatever you owe. It's garbage. It's absolutely garbage. So really important to remember this. For a broken down car to a dodgy boiler, life is full of unforeseen expenses. 48% of people in Britain, even a modest financial shock could tip them over the edge. Yeah. So this research commissioned by the Salvation Army. Salvation Army, don't forget, pretty bad. They love conversion therapy and all that shit. But, you know, at least they're doing this work. Pretty good stuff, but gross organisation in general. When nearly half of people are so financially fragile they're living in fear of a £100 bill, something has gone very wrong. New finding comes as the freeze on the value of housing benefit comes into effect. Policy decision that will see low-income families face cash gaps, hundreds of pounds per year. LHA is supposed to ensure housing benefits cover the bottom 30% of market rents, and Tories decided to unfreeze rates in 2024 after 4 years, but Labour opted to not follow suit at the autumn budget. The policy will have ramifications. Big issue calculated just how much it will cost families here. Labour's housing benefit freeze will cost a low-income renters hundreds of pounds a year. Yeah, it sucks. Rachel Reeves, you are scum of the earth. What is wrong with you? Get a real job. Go fuck yourself. Keir Starmer, same to you. Everyone in Keir Starmer's government. Same story over in Canada and the US. The capitalists got everyone right where they want them. Yep. Yeah. It's real. It's real and true. Don't let them do it to you. And, you know, here's the cuts that we're talking about. You know, the announced changes to disability benefits will lead to very substantial falls in income for some families. While some families will gain a small amount from the changes, others will lose thousands of pounds a year. So this is like some data on what the change in income will be in 2029 to 2030. In 2024 to 2025, prices deflated by CPI based on projected amounts prior to the announcements included in the Green Paper. The Green Paper announced that WCA will be scrapped and eligibility for universal credit for UC Health determined by the PIP assessment, but details are not yet confirmed. So what this says, generally speaking, annual impact of changes to PIP and universal credit by family characteristics. A couple on UC, single on universal credit. Single in work, not on UC, no longer qualifies for PIP daily living. So you can see how, like, you know, it actually, like, gets worse depending on your circumstance. And some of these circumstances are, like, not great in general. I reckon the Labour Party are always doing that Mitchell and Webb sketch. Have we tried raising VAT and killing the poor? Yeah, this is it. Can I ask you a question about some content I think you cover really well? Of course you can, Husker. Yeah. Defo. I don't know, can you? Couple, one cares for the other who receives PIP, lose PIP, UC carer element, and UC LCWRA stands to lose £12,700. What is this? As a guy who really owns the look you have and really knows his politics, have you ever considered making a video about how the right has stolen away aesthetics, skinheads, misappropriated working class culture? I'm sure you know about Oi. Yeah. No, definitely. It's something I'm gonna cover a little bit in my next video, to be honest. Not gonna cover it like a huge amount. Wasn't planning on covering it a huge amount, but like, I'm basically gonna be doing a video very soon about like the state of fascism in the UK. And you know, yeah, it's always been about petty bourgeois individuals, and basically, you know, the kind of people that fucking guy who wrote that book was talking about on Jeremy Vine. You know, is talking about. He was saying like, oh, upper middle class people are all woke, and it's like, no, man, upper middle class people are all fascists. Like, they're all fucking fascists, and they all love fascism. And a lot of the times they're trying to appear, you know, working class a lot of the time, but they don't understand, you know, actually what it's like to be working class. And it always comes across dead cringe and dead gross. You can see it on Twitter all the time. Unfortunately, there is enough of that rhetoric to, like, basically, you know, encourage working class people to start to, you know, organize as fascists together. So it's unfortunate that they actually do take that appropriation and it works for them to some extent, you know. So yeah, appreciate that, Husker. But yeah, I'm going to be talking about it a little bit. And it's funny because it's like there's really nothing I can do about being a skinhead, innit? You know what I mean? Like I am just like this bald. Like those of you that will have been in the stream like a couple of days ago might have noticed that I had like a bit of hair here, like like the tiniest bit like of fuzz of hair here, and that is all I can grow, man. Do you know what I mean? That's it. At this point, the middle class is just a code word for imagine a working class person who's slightly better off than you and hate them for it. Yeah, the margins are getting smaller, innit? They're getting a lot smaller, and I don't think it really I don't think it really serves the working class to focus on the middle class when the ruling class is really the enemy. Also, hi, one who reads. Hi, Just Johnny. Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah, we got some really cool, in quotes, stuff going on here from the UK Labour government. Anyway, someone quote tweeted this earlier and said, critical support to this landlord and this landlord only. Lovely to find out on the last day of my holiday we're being evicted from our flat in 2 months. Angela Rayner, any chance you could get a move on with those renters' rights reforms, babe? Gross that this guy, daring to look like this, calls this woman babe. I'm no fan of Angela Rayner anymore nowadays, but gross. Makes me feel gross, makes me feel sticky, makes me feel like I've been outside and had an ice cream and it's like it's too hot and warm and anyway, it's all dried on my hands, but it's not. I'm all sticky and gross and like stuff's getting stuck to me and there's all like bits of crap. That's how that sentence makes me feel. Look, this guy's a piece of shit. Like, if you look at him, he's the senior political correspondent for Daily Express, right? So you can only imagine what his takes are like. You just have a little look here on his page at the Daily Express, and he's talking about things like net migration, furious Labour to take Tory credit for slashing numbers. So, I'm not gonna feel bad about this guy with his shit racist opinions. Manufacturing consent amongst the masses. God knows what he's spoken about when it comes to Israel or Palestine. So I'm not going to feel sorry for him slightly. But, I do think it's shit that people get evicted, but, this should highlight this shit for people, innit? Do you know what I mean? This should highlight exactly what we were just talking about. This guy is absolutely 1,000% probably middle class. Like, he's a senior political correspondent at the Daily Express. He has to be middle class, like, definitionally, and he's getting evicted. This shit comes for all of us, and a lot of the times you find middle class people make a lot of excuses for landlords because landlords are definitionally, essentially, like, a lot of the times either middle class or higher than that. They are the landlord class. They're not just the owner class. They own more than one gaff. So, very important to remember that. But, pretty funny, but also, kind of highlights what we were talking about, right? We're going to sort of transition, I think, here into the Palestine update on Gaza, update on what's going on in the West Bank. In occupied Palestine in general. There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of news about the 800 lawyers who've called on the UK government to sanction Israel. And there's this person here, I don't know who this is, Michael Mansfield, I'm not sure who he actually is, but he's on Sky News here. And he's specifically talking about this. He's clearly a lawyer, he's got a bunch of these fucking lawyer files in the back here. So I reckon he probably is. Let's hear what he's got to say on the current developments.
In this letter, you'd like to see the UK government do more in order to rein in some of the tactics being used by the Israeli government. I guess the extent of what you'd like to see them do and whether you accept that their hands are somewhat tied on this.
Well, I don't think it's a good question, but there's a bit of it, obviously, I don't agree with. I don't think anybody's hands are tied. It's a moral and a legal issue. I mean, what is happening at the moment is perfectly clear in one sense. You see it on the screens every day of the week. The fact is, at this very moment, aid is not getting through. Even last night, the Israeli army opened on fire on the latest arrangement for aid getting in. The people who are being targeted are not the combatants at all. They are citizens. They are ordinary people, mainly women and children, that can't be justified. And so this is why, our hands are not tied in this regard. If we want to do something about it, as we did in the past, South Africa is a very good example during apartheid. People decided, in order to bring pressure, and that is the obligation on you and me, internationally, legally speaking, we have an obligation to people on the other side of the world or wherever they are, if they're being oppressed. And we have here an illegal power. The International Court of Justice last year and 2004 have ruled consistently that the occupation by Israel of this territory is unlawful, which means that those who support that, and you can support it by providing arms, by providing security equipment and so on, should not happen. So you have to stop that until there is a change and a resolution towards peace and towards a different kind of civilization.
Yeah, real based, pretty good stuff from Michael Mansfield there. The writing's on the wall, innit? Like, that's it, really. And we're starting to see more and more of the world turn against Israel at the moment, so it's really quite good. We're going to end with some kind of funny, kind of stressful, kind of base little bits about Britain. So, let's check them out. We're going back to our mate here. I've even forgotten his name. Andrew Lawrence, that's his name. Andrew Lawrence. I checked out this guy's latest political bit, if you could call it that. Latest political comedy bit, if you could call it that, on Wednesday's stream. Again, I'll remind you all that this guy's whole shtick is that he does monotone, boring, kind of anti-humor comedy, but he does it so badly that it's just kind of embarrassing. As this person says here, Jesus Christ, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite so embarrassing. I've not watched this clip, so I don't know what it's going to be like. I don't know when it's from. I don't know when it's related to. Put your hazmats on, folks. We got a lot of cringe going on out here, so get ready. Get ready for this.
The facts about the Liverpool parade incident have all come out. The Liverpool crack.
Is he still Is it the same thing? He's talking about the same thing.
The facts about the Liverpool parade incident have all come out. The Liverpool crackhead, off his face on drugs, drove into a parade that Liverpool police had done a piss-poor job of cordoning off. Some meathead scouser tried to smash the crackhead's back window in, and in a mad panic, this scouse crackhead put his foot on the accelerator and ploughed into some football fans. Clown show of scouse retards from start to finish. That's not a tragedy, is it? That's a farce. A grand total of 2 people were seriously injured, both of whom are going to make a full recovery.
That's not true. It was 45 people. 45 people, you fucking sick fuck.
And yet a lot of Scousers are acting like they've just been through the Holocaust, because as everyone knows, the one thing Liverpool is absolutely world class at is playing the victim.
Are you fucking shitting me, dude? Are you fucking shitting me? This guy is invoking Hillsborough right now, the fucking Hillsborough disaster. This guy is never going to be allowed to go anywhere near, not even fucking Liverpool, fucking Merseyside. They're not going to let this guy go to fucking Birkenhead. Oh my God. He's not going to be allowed on the Wirral. He's not going to be allowed in Southport. He's not going to be allowed in fucking anywhere. This fucking little Winnet. I can't believe he's saying playing the victim.
The other thing about Scousers is that they famously have absolutely no sense of humour about themselves or their city, despite...
But That's like so definitionally not true. Right, okay, listen, I heard a pretty good take about like what the current iteration of right-wing losers on the internet particularly are the other day. I was watching Hassan's stream and he was talking about how he's observed sort of like the way that the right wing has developed over the last, 15 years or so, even further actually. So you got like the post 9/11 kind of skeptics who were all atheists and then, basically turned that atheism into Islamophobia. Then you had the Gamergate stuff in the sort of 2010s running up to 2016. Then 2016, it was all about like QAnon and Trump and that stuff. And then further along, it got even worse. And we're kind of at this like point now where it's all just like mishmashed in together, yeah. Where it becomes basically what this guy is doing. He's so desperate to offend. These fuckers have been given a platform now on X to be able to like say this kind of stuff without any consequence. They could just say this stuff, and it's on one of the most popular, social medias about. I mean, I don't know how popular X is, to be fair, but like it's still used like quite a lot in terms of with it being used for news and stuff, updates about Gaza, Palestine, and to try and find out exactly what these fascists are thinking. I mean, it's a pretty good insight, but basically what you're getting is like a person who is like absolutely disgusting and gross, smelly, like doesn't shower, is proud of it, says the most diabolical things that you could possibly imagine, right? The most horrible, diabolical things that are going to upset everybody. It's like the worst thing. And people like me and you in the chat are going to go, this is gross. Like, this is disgusting. This is horrible. Like, how could you say such a thing? And, they're not going to respond to like, that question. That question, how could you say such a thing, is trying to appeal to some kind of humanity that's inside them, right? But what it is that they will just respond by saying like, oh, are you mad, bro? Damn, you're so upset about this, bro. You're so mad. Damn, you got so mad. And that's all it is. It's like they're just literally like desperate to make us mad and upset and offended. They're desperate to do that. Because it kind of it confirms their bias. Their whole bias is like, oh, woke leftists get offended by everything. And it's just like internet trolls. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, that's it. It's internet trolls who are now like not scared to show their face. They're like, oh, I'm just going to be open about who I am. But what this fucker doesn't realize is that, yeah, like, Scousers do have a lot of self-referential humor. They do have self-awareness. They don't play the victim. Scousers have been victimized constantly, taken the piss out of by fucking Southerners all the time. I don't know where this guy's from, but they're not going to give a shit, right? Because if this guy steps foot in Liverpool, he's going to get banged out. He's going to get fucking chinned, like, without a shadow of a doubt. Mental. And that's the thing now. And then, obviously, like, if anyone saw this and me saying that, it's like, people would be like, oh, well, you're just proving his point. Liverpudlians can't take a joke, and you're inciting violence. You're saying that you should get banged out. And it's like, no, dude, you don't understand. You can't just, like, keep saying shit like this. You just can't keep saying shit like this, like that, because that's just gonna be the response. No one, like, this guy is like a weed, a dweeb, a nerd, a loser, and like, if you are like that, right? If you are a nerd, a dweeb, a loser, like, nobody likes someone like that who is the most belligerent, disgusting, gross person, says like offensive things, and is there going like, ha ha ha, did you get offended? Like, that is like anti personality. Like, nobody wants to be around a person like that. It is the most annoying and vile shit. And that's even proven at like these higher echelons of fascist governments. Like, we're seeing at the moment fucking Elon Musk and Trump. Elon Musk is a bit of a fucking loser, and he will have like turned around and disagreed with this like big beautiful bill or whatever, and Trump will have gone, yeah, well, you're a fucking little loser and you smell and you're gay and you're weird or whatever, and Elon Musk will have gone, oh, and then slunk off, and that's what he's doing. And it's like, you won't even get on with all these people who you think like you, bro. Like, what a dweeb. What an absolute dweeb. Hey Prince, how you doing? Yeah, Muel describes my last roommate. Yeah, Muel describes people that chat no challenge, stop doing that challenge, difficulty level impossible. We all know a guy like this. This is the thing. We all know a guy like this, and they are just insufferable a lot of the time.
Quite imagining themselves to be the funniest people on God's earth. And yet if you go to Liverpool and make horrible jokes about Manchester, they'll lap it up like flies on hot dog shit because they're filthy hypocrites. They'll be watching this video absolutely seething, which makes it all the more enjoyable.
There he is. There it is. He's saying it out loud. Proven true. All I want to do is annoy Scousers. I want to upset Scousers and make them mad.
I posted a bit of gallows humour on X the day after the parade clown show, where I wrote, to be fair, if I was in Liverpool, I'd drive through crowds of people to get the fuck out of there.
Oh, that's so funny, Andrew.
Through crowds of people to get the fuck out of there as well.
Gosh, that's so funny, Andrew. You're so funny. If I was in Liverpool, I'd drive through crowds to get out as well. Well, why are you there in the first place, you fucking twat? What are you fucking on about? What are you talking about? Yeah, God, Liverpudlians want to make mean jokes about Manchester, but they don't want to be run over. What's going on there? Oh my God, I swear to God.
After I posted that, thousands of Scousers descended on my X account in a state of apoplexy, saying, why don't you come to Liverpool and say that?
Yeah. Again, and this guy's buzzing. He's buzzing that happened.
Well, that was the joke, you dipshits. The joke was I don't want to be in Liverpool, but to understand that I guess you'd have to learn to read. Luckily, all these Scousers' comments were, of course, written down for them, so I didn't have to listen to them screeching in their dirty accents. I mean, it was a pretty mild joke, to be honest. If I was really trying to offend them, I would have written, it's a shame that Liverpool parade crackhead wasn't driving a tank. Still, I underestimated how thin-skinned and brittle Scousers are. They were absolutely seething and set about trying to get all my live shows cancelled. Difficult for them, given that I've just finished a national tour and I'm not looking to be doing any live gigs again for quite a while.
That's not a boast, bro. My man's like, haha, owned. I'm not going to be doing any live shows in ages. Owned, bro. I'm going to be out of work for years. What is going on in his brain?
Unlucky, you scally bellends. However, due to them leaving thousands of comments and viewing my posts millions of times, my creator income from X this month is going to be enormous.
No, it isn't. It actually isn't. Like, everybody knows that the creator fund on X is just not that good. It's not that well paying. He's oh man, he's literally like, I'm not owned. Hey B-Rat, how you doing? One assumes it's a show for the most extremely divorced men. It has to be. Well, that's the thing, to be fair, because what it will be, this is the unfortunate reality about this kind of reactionary politics. This guy appeals to the petty bourgeois. They're people with money. They're small business owners. They love this kind of rhetoric. They're like, ha ha ha, yeah, Scousers, they're so shit, aren't they? Ah ha ha ha. Scousers never want to pay me any money because they're all poor. And it's like, it's really cool that what you're doing is you're denigrating like a whole city of generally speaking working class people. It's a working class city. There's certainly like gentrification that's going on in Liverpool in the same way it is in Manchester, but like the whole of the Northwest is generally, broadly speaking, working class. You're appealing to these like petty bourgeois reactionaries who are like a minority. He'll be getting money from that, I guess. He'll get donos on his sites or whatever. And yeah, they'll pay to go see his shows. Maybe his tickets are like extremely fucking, unacceptably expensive. But yeah, it's absolutely bizarre. Yeah, just keep pushing the working class. Just keep pushing them. They're disgusting.
I'm talking about proper money.
What do you think's going to happen?
Not what you're getting on universal credit. Nonetheless, I understand.
Yeah, just keep denigrating people on universal credit and benefits, like, yeah, see how that works out for you, pal.
You're annoyed at me and you'd want an apology. So here it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you emotionally incontinent crybabies don't understand.
Well, I'm glad that fucking cut off before the end of it. This is like the worst shit that I've ever seen from this guy. And I knew he was bad. Like, we saw him on Wednesday, innit? We saw his shit bit about the Liverpool thing. But that's the thing, you know, that he's running the gauntlet, he's doing the thing, he's like, yeah, okay, what's the most like offensive and annoying thing that I can say in order to like wind people up, get them going so that they share my shit and they go, I can't believe this happened. Oh, it's all part of the machine, right? I'm literally doing it now. I'm part of it. But you know, at least yous aren't clicking on the thing and I'm doing it for you. I don't know. Yeah, he's gonna get punched and say it's unfair. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for real. Reminds me of a no-name guy who was part of Charlottesville Nazi March, and he was found crying in the street because he was punched once. Said he thought it was just a joke to upset people. He didn't think it was fair that someone punched him. Yeah, well, welcome to reality, dickhead. You know what I mean? Welcome to reality. So anyway, here's some actual information about the guy who... you know, this guy has been saying is like a hero. He's a great guy. I'm so glad he like hurt all these scousers. Former Marine, middle class, company director, extremely right wing, and felt like he was more important than a parade of 1.5 million people that they turned up to. So yeah, this is the guy that did it. He's a former Royal Marine, Paul Doyle. He's been charged with dangerous driving, causing grievous bodily harm with intent, wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, and attempted grievous bodily harm. Yeah, so there you go. Let's have a look here. Set to appear before court tomorrow, so that'll be today. Media reports quote a friend of the ex-commando saying he was dropping his wife's friend off in the city when fans surrounding his car opened the door and grabbed his throat, causing him to panic and drive into the crowd. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it in a fucking second. You know? Simply don't believe it. According to his LinkedIn, Doyle served in Marines as a commando in the 1990s before reading psychology and maths at the University of Liverpool. Yeah, man, I wonder what he was doing in the 1990s with the Marines as a commando. I wonder where he was. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff in it. Good stuff in it, chat. Yeah, that's it. Work for the Empire. Kill the working class. Or try to, at least. Good stuff in it. Anyway, we're coming to the last bits of the British politics stuff. This is a piece from what is this? In the Times. This is a piece in the Times saying that Britain will increase cyber attacks against Russia and China. John Healey, the defense minister, admitted the UK was engaged in cyber warfare as he announced a new cyber command that will help coordinate attacks. Britain is to ramp up its offensive cyber attacks against states such as Russia and China, the defense secretary has announced before the publication of the Strategic Defense Review next week. Yeah, it's cool, that, innit? Really good stuff. I really love that our, like, woefully inadequately prepared nations are goading these imperialist, you know, well, they're not imperialist. I mean, you guess, you know, I guess what I could say is these actually powerful countries, you know, who do have like quite a fucking solid military might, you know. Russia is certainly imperialist. That's why I use that word, by the way. I would never call China imperialist. Imperialism, sparkling imperialism, I don't know. Different type of it. I wouldn't even really call it imperialist. But you know what I mean. They're certainly not going into countries and doing resource extraction and all this kind of stuff. But Russia are certainly kind of like, yeah, let's just kind of invade these countries that we think should be ours. Yeah, and also, like, this is so... The first rule of OPSEC is don't talk about what you're doing. Don't talk about what you're doing. Don't even remotely talk about it. It's like, what you on about? Defense Secretary John Healey said the keyboard was now a weapon of war. They're like, yeah, okay, so what we're going to do... You know what I bet a lot of this will be? A lot of this will be having like thousands of accounts on Twitter and probably Facebook, just basically being like, yeah, China is like killing babies. Don't you know China's killing babies? I bet this is one of them. I bet this is one of them right here. Who's this? Michael. Market socialist? What does that mean? What is a market socialist? I mean, this person is apparently 18 anyway, so I'm not gonna fucking, like... Are they 18, or is it a troll? This is what I'm saying. Are they 18, or is this one of these new trolls immediately? Leftist debate bro nonsense. Yeah, fuck that. Nonsense. Bullshit. Yeah, incredible. Incredible. It's just gonna be a bunch of bots, ain't it, chat? Apparently we got some base stuff from BBC Question Time.
Heidi, I feel such a sense of betrayal.
Can I? It won't let me pause this chat. I was gonna try and do like a bit of an intro, but yeah, the great posting war rage is on. Anyway. This is apparently from Question Time. I don't know where this was. I don't know when this was broadcast. But apparently this lady in the pink shirt says something based. Let's see what she says.
Pink shirt. Heidi, I feel such a sense of betrayal from the Labour Party. I would never vote Tory. I would never vote UKIP. And I used to vote Labour. Why are you still friends with Israel, an apartheid state? And why is the Labour Party still sending components of F-35 weapons to Israel that are killing, targeting babies, children, hospitals, schools? Enough of this rhetoric about being anti-Semitic if you support Palestinian babies and...
Let's let Heidi answer.
I just want to ask Tim something as well.
Well, hang on, because I've only got about 30 seconds left, so I'm going to let Heidi answer. Forgive me.
Please.
If I have time, but I must let Heidi answer that.
We're not sending F-35 components.
You are
still sending components of F-35
as much as every single person in this room.
You have reduced weapons by only 8% to Israel. By 8%.
I hear your passion. I must let her answer.
I find it as sickening and as harrowing as every single person in this audience.
No, you don't.
Seeing those images on television of children wandering around.
Yeah, do something.
Who are never going to find their parents and who are being starved to death. That is why we have got to find a way of bringing a sustainable solution to the region, a lasting peace, and getting significant humanitarian aid in, because none of us want to wake up tomorrow and see those scenes on our television screens. And I think every single one of us on that panel would agree with that sentiment.
Okay. Listen, we will come back.
I love that she was still screaming, do something in the background. Like, yeah, do something. That's it. Do something. Like, you could say all these words if you want, but you know, the public are fucking getting it. The public are getting it. You know, it's all well and good. David Lammy saying, "Oh, it's really bad. Actually, we should do something about Israel now. It's pretty bad, isn't it? Like, and then like nothing has been done." Yeah, actual Queen of England in the Question Time audience right there. Yeah, that's right. That's my queen. So yeah, and again, the entire world is turning against Israel now. We got a friend of the stream, Mikey, here in the on Twitter here saying I was against this all along. Celebrity character rehabilitating PR campaign continues. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I know that Dua Lipa and Gary Lineker have been against it from the start. Not sure about Kumbadik Benabach. But this is about the 300. So, this week we've had two major things here this week. Here we go. Big up. We got Steve Coogan straight off the bat. Mank legend Steve Coogan. He went out with someone famous, and I'm kind of sad that my partner's not here because she'd be able to tell me who it is. And I'm always shocked when I find out that this person went out with Steve Coogan. It's like someone that you just wouldn't expect him. You wouldn't expect this person to even remotely give him the time of day. But anyway, yeah. So more than 300 figures urging the Prime Minister to end UK complicity in Gaza. You know, famous names from the arts and media world, doctors, academics, a Holocaust survivor, saying to end all arms sales. And also the 800 strong lawyer statement, essentially saying the same thing.
Karim Mahmoud Abdel Hamid Judah.
And Steve, you were just reading some names out. Could you tell me what that was?
They were the names of children who've been killed in the bombing of Gaza in the last 18 months, more than 18 months, but 20 months now it must be getting on for. And it was just showing that those are not just statistics, they're real people, they're real children who had lives, who died, and it's to some way go to some extent to humanise them. You know, there is a well-worn phrase that one death is a tragedy and 10,000 is a statistic, and I think that's the land we're in right now. Is that it can sound kind of sterile to mention a statistic, but they're all children who had lives, who had nothing to do with the conflict, and they need to be remembered as such.
Do you think increasingly people are saying enough is enough?
I think it's tragically it's taken the mass indiscriminate killing of innocent people to get to this stage, but it would have been difficult to stick your head above the parapet. In fact, it was 18 months ago, but I don't think it is anymore, and I think more and more people are realising that it has to stop.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's got a point, but I've always thought this about Gaza and, Palestinians. It's completely just like beyond okay in terms of how Palestinians have been treated, the way that the world has looked at it historically, the way that the world and Western nations have made excuses and funded it and been complicit in it, made it so that Israel can just do whatever it wants, because the reality is they're just using Israel as a base, an army base in the Middle East. It's becoming more and more of a thing where it's just, people are just unable to ignore it anymore. But it sucks that this is what it's taken. It sucks that this is what it took. The deaths of so many people. O'Hara Hawker Tempanada says, when all this started, Benjamin Netanyahu was going to lose power. Suddenly, Gaza attacked. He rallied support on those bases. Netanyahu needs to be removed from power, period. Israel needs to be removed from power. It needs to be dismantled. Like, you can't have a society that is like that. And, I'm not saying that, you've given your entire political analysis in that one chat message, chat member, but, it really bears repeating that this is not a Netanyahu thing. It's an Israel thing. It's a Zionism thing. We're going to go into some of that in a second, actually, just how depraved, Israeli society is towards Palestinians. I guess once they admit the horrors are going on, it opens the floodgate to full coverage of them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that woman's tears were certainly crocodile tears. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so he started the fire. What fire are you referring to? If you're referring to the settler colonialist projects, no, Britain, the United States, and the Zionist leaders in 1930s, in the start of the 20th century, started the fire. The Nakba happened in 1948. So no, Netanyahu did not start anything. You know, he certainly like increased the attack on Gaza. I'll give you that for sure. And there's definitely like political analysis where you can look at the fact that he bolstered troop placements and garrisons in the West Bank so that they could expand settlements. And then when basically Gaza attacked, or essentially, did this operation, I think they called it Al-Aqsa Flood. I can't remember. Some people have said that that's not what it is, but they did this operation on October the 7th. They basically took out all of the military bases all over, the sort of border of Gaza. You could absolutely argue that, this was something that he had knowledge of, and he wanted to sort of consolidate, power by going harder and stuff like that. But, I'm absolutely certain that if it wasn't him, it would have been someone else. Like, you've only got to look at the Knesset. It's like a nightmare place to try and work or be in, or like have any kind of politics. It's, the way that they speak to each other in there, the way that it's nothing like, you think it's bad in like the UK in the House of Commons with Kemi Badenoch and Keir Starmer in the Knesset. It's like they're fighting each other. They fucking punch each other and shit. Because they're just like, oh, well, we think the genocide should be done in this way. We think the genocide should be done in that way. We think we should bomb Iran. We think we should bomb Lebanon. We think we should nuke fucking Iran. They were talking last night about like, oh, well, let's just nuke Iran. What are you on about? Nuke Iran. Mental. It's just a mental state. Anyway, let's take a look at a little bit of daft stuff from No Justice again. Woke. Performative political correctness based on postmodernist relativism rather than principles, which isn't designed to further the cause of progressivism, but instead seeks transgressions which can whip up witch hunts against, regardless of the motivation or intent of the witch. It always fits, doesn't it? It just always fits. But we got some good news. Antigua and Barbuda respond to BDS calls regarding the ship HC Opal, which is believed to be carrying military supplies for use by Israel in its ongoing genocide against 2.3 Palestinians. Basically, now it's up to the people of Germany, India, Norway, Denmark, and Cyprus fulfill their legal, push their states to fulfill their legal obligations and end complicity in the shipping of military material for Israel's genocide in Gaza. HC Opal is in the eastern Mediterranean. The vessel, still sailing under the flag of Antigua and Barbuda, is believed to be carrying these military supplies. Let's see what the actual statement is. After it was alerted to the cargo on board the HC Opal, Antigua and Barbuda issued a directive confirming it is strictly prohibited for any vessel registered under the Antigua and Barbuda flag to carry arms, ammunition, or other military equipment intended for delivery to or use in a conflict zone, and that a vessel in breach of this prohibition is liable to be detained at the request of the administration in a foreign port for removal of prohibited cargo at the owner's expense. Antigua and Barbuda said in such cases it will deflag the vessel and take other legal action. This directive responds to calls from Caribbean civil society and the BDS movement for Antigua and Barbuda to fulfill its legal obligations under international law in halting any illegal transfer of military supplies destined for use in Israel's genocidal violence. The BDS movement applauds the unequivocal position taken by Antigua and Barbuda, upholding its legal obligations under international law. We remain concerned and encourage Antigua and Barbuda to do their best to stop the vessel from delivering the illegal military material it is credibly suspected of carrying. We call for pressure on other complicit states, namely India as the exporting state, potentially Cyprus as the declared next port of call, Germany, Norway, and Denmark to follow the precedent set and comply with international law by verifying the HC Opal's cargo and halting any illegal transfer of the military supplies destined for use in Israel's genocidal violence. The captain of HC Opal, the vessel's German owner, International Maritime Management, its Danish operator Ocean 7 Project, and its Norwegian insurance company Gard have to be held accountable. Yeah, spot on. So it's good stuff, but now's the time to keep the pressure on, chat, with so much happening, globally, rejecting Israel's genocide, rejecting what it's doing. Now's the time to keep the pressure up. Don't rest on the laurels and that. You know what I mean? So here we go. Speaking of Israeli violence and just like the state of Israeli society, here are a bunch of Israelis attacking a Palestinian bus driver in occupied Jerusalem. So content warning, you're going to hear and see some horrible stuff. You've already been seeing a little bit of it on the screen already. But it bears repeating, actually, that these kids don't know how to punch. So you got the Palestinian bus driver here. He's getting punched in the face, punched in the back, throwing stuff at him. I mean, you know, luckily Uncle is not like, you know, suffering at the hands of these dweebs because they can't punch. I'm not trying to like, you know, I guess, you know, water down or dilute the horror of this. Like, this is still like targeted attacks and harassment. Doesn't matter how someone punches you. If someone punches you, it's a punch. It's an assault. But he's lucky that these kids don't know how to do it, is what I'm saying. You know, he definitely got off better and ended up like this flying kick at the end. Just shows the spirit of Palestinians. Check this out. Yeah, get fucked. But you know, this is Israeli society. This is Zionist society. This is what it is. Like, this cannot be allowed to continue. It can't be allowed to keep going on. You know what I mean? In any way, just in any way. There's just no place for like a country like this where this kind of thing happens. There's no place for it in our world. It's vile. It's disgusting. Yeah. So hopefully this guy was all right. I don't know much about it, but you know, this is the racism and apartheid that you'll see on a daily basis. I don't doubt that this wasn't the first fucking example of this happening that day. You know, attacks on Palestinians have been increasing, you know, ever since October 7th, you know, escalating and escalating and escalating, because that's just what Israeli society is like, basically. Hey, Andy, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm doing all right, thanks, buddy. Yeah, it's a bit shit being on Universal Credit and that. So, you know, I'm trying to raise a bit more money through streaming and what have you. Speaking of which, I've been live for about an hour and 20 minutes so far, so please, chat, if you like my content, if you like what I'm doing here, if you're able to do so, please consider donating. You can do that via the sub off Twitch command in the chat. Or if you want some more benefits, you can subscribe to my Patreon. It's all in the chat, and you know, the information's all there, and you also get like a bunch of extra you know, benefits for signing up to my Patreon. You get to see things that I write. You get to see scripts of mine earlier than everybody else for my YouTube videos. I got a new YouTube video that I'm currently fermenting some ideas about. I'm going to start writing that tomorrow, hopefully. I know I've been saying I'm going to do this all week so far, maybe actually for the last 2 weeks, but I promise I'm definitely going to get started on it tomorrow. You know, I went to the job center yesterday and that was pretty fucking scrubbalicious, by which I mean bad. So, you know, that's that. But yeah, so I didn't get time to do that yesterday, and today I also had like a bunch of like speaking to prospective employers on the phone and whatnot, you know. So yeah, I had that and what have you. But yeah, I hope you're doing good as well, Andy. Everyone, please consider subbing off Twitch. You know, even a fucking sub on Twitch, I wouldn't say no to that shit nowadays, to be honest. If you've got like a Prime sub or whatever, yeah, that would be appreciated. But yeah, thank you very much for being here. This video I was gonna show you the other day. I think some of you should remember on Wednesday. I was gonna. We're solidly into the Palestine update now, by the way, chat. So yeah, just so everyone's aware. Yeah, this video got 2 million views in a day, and then the account that posted it got deleted. This is the video I was gonna show you the other day, where this guy recognized that these were all IDF baby killer bastards. And speaking of babies, I've actually just got to go and feed my cat. So give me 2 minutes. I'll be back in a tick. Yes. I'm in. I'm back. I should also go do that. Yeah, chat, don't forget to feed your animals, look after yourselves, you know. Do all them kinds of business, etc. Hey, Middle-earth Marxist, how you doing? Good to see you. What was I gonna do? What was I gonna say? Let's show you this video anyway. Let's show you this video, chat. This is pretty interesting stuff here.
For my TikTok, buddy. No, buddy. We need a quick question, buddy. What's your stance on Israel, buddy? What's your stance on Israel?
Israel is the best country.
Fuck Israel.
No.
Fuck everything about Israel, buddy. Free Palestine, buddy. Look how I smelled you. I smelled a rat. I smelled IDF Israelis. You could smell them. They smell like shit. They smell like baby killers. Look at them. Look at the baby killers. With these baby killers. You touch my phone, I'm gonna hit you, bro. You touch my phone, I'm gonna hit you. Any extension on my body, buddy. No, I'm not your friend. You Zionist bitch. Fuck you.
Just like the sheer, like, oh man, like smugness of these fucking losers. Like, you know, it bears repeating, chat. He's right. Like, these people definitely served in the IDF. They definitely fucking kill babies. Or they're complicit in it. You know, and they're out here just like smiling, just like, oh, you know, it's the same kind of shit, yeah. This face, yeah, is the same kind of face that fucking Andrew Lawrence guy is pulling when he's like, oh yeah, you know, all these Scousers are so mad that I said this like really offensive thing. That's the same face that's going on here, right? But I think that this is tinged with like some kind of knowledge that they are actually complicit in like horrific genocidal war crimes. And, you know, who knows, maybe these fuckers will wake up in 2 weeks' time crying and pissing themselves because their buddies got killed by Al-Qassam. You know, mashallah. You know, holy shit, dude.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, you fucking Zionist! Let's fight, buddy! You wanna fight or what? You wanna fight or what? I fucking can't stand Israelis. See how I smelled your ass, bro? From far away! I smelled you, bro. I smelled you. You smell like a baby killer, you especially. No. You smell like a baby killer, Israeli. Where were you born, buddy? Fuck you. Peace killing babies? No.
Yeah, it's all peace. It's all peace when it's like I don't want to get punched. It's all peace when I like, you know, I don't want to pay for the crimes that I did. It's not peace for Palestinians though. It's not peace for Palestinians.
What's the peace, buddy? What's the peace? Where's the peace, buddy? Yeah, get out of here. Get out of Los Angeles. Israelis are not welcome here. Get out of here. Get out of Hollywood. You're not welcome here. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, this guy's got all this support doing this damn dude. Yeah, they're only brave when they shoot kids from far away. This is the thing. This is the thing. Absolute scum. So there's that video I was going to show you the other day. There you go. There it actually is. We got some more stuff from Owen Jones out here. This is in response to Haaretz. Haaretz saying, here we go, opinion, the world is against us, how Israel's media is censoring the horrors of Gaza, saying most Israelis are not aware of what's going on in Gaza and what is being done in their name. One of the key culprits in this cover-up, which has such dire implications, is the mainstream media in Israel. Dude, like, you are absolutely... like, this is just so wrong and gross. Yeah, no Iron Dome to defend you here, so suddenly he's peaceful, yeah. Hey, Alejandro, how you doing? Well, welcome in. Check, yeah. Yeah, just in Israel. Most Israelis are not aware of what's going on in Gaza. Like, it's so completely untrue. This is nonsense. Israelis have internet connections. They can also hear the genocidal statements incessantly made by Israeli leaders. The intended receptive audience is them. The problem isn't ignorance amongst the Israeli public. It's genocidal mania. How are they unaware when the entire world is aware? Exactly, yeah. There's no way. There's no way, Doc. And you can prove this immediately. If you go on Blue Sky, right? There is a phenomenal account on Blue Sky that exposes all this shit. I will find it for you now. It is called... let me have a look. Yeah. Haaretz is a liberal outlet. Yeah, liberal. liberal Zionist outlet. What is it's called the IDF Hannibal Brigade. It used to be called Exposing Hasbara, documenting what the state of Israel does and what its sympathizers say and do. It might be useful as a reference one day. You know, and they constantly post what is going on in Hebrew Telegram channels. So, you know, and all this kind of fucking shit. In terms of like what they actually say. Here we go. As Judeo-Nazi alternative to the yellow ribbon hostages pin, right-wingers created the victory pin, heavily promoted by Channel 14 and worn by propagandists, MKs and ministers. An image they posted recently reads, "Starvation now, starve Gaza until all hostages return. We're done with interim solutions, stop spreading, this time we're going all the way." You know? What is this? If you ask someone like this to show you actual evidence that any of the hundreds of children killed this week by Israel are child soldiers, they'll most likely block you. Yeah. You know, this is the thing. They're saying this shit all the fucking time. Here we go. After Yair Golan accurately pointed out that Israel kills children as a hobby, the popular Israeli Kadashot Bozman Timely News Telegram channel increased their numbers of ideally dead Palestinian children per dead Israeli from 1,000 to 10,000 to 20,000. You know? And this is, again, another example of, like, you know, you see, like, a post in Hebrew like this, you hit translate, and you find some, like, hidden page of Mein Kampf. After the Yair Golan scandal, who lied, he or the Netanyahu government. You know, what it's saying here is that Yair Golan lied, saying that Israelis, glorify the killing of Palestinian children. It's not a lie, it's true. It's provably true. It's so provably true. At this point, you feel like you're being gaslit in real time, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's just good that more and more people are waking up to it. My opinion is known. My opinion is known. For every Jewish child murdered on October the 7th, 10,000 Gazan children must be killed. Even 20,000. Their parents, their sisters, and their last offspring. And this isn't new. This isn't new. You know? They say this all the fucking time. Anyway, there's an example of that. And here's the same paper, the same liberal Zionist paper, saying that Jewish Israelis, 82% of Jewish Israelis back expelling Gazans. Yes to transfer. 82% of Jewish Israelis back expelling Gazans. A recent survey of Israeli Jews reveals a growing comfort with the idea of forcibly expelling Palestinians both from Gaza and from within Israel's borders. Not just from Gaza, from within Israel. They're like, get Arabs out. Get them out. Yeah, Israel announced 22 more settlements in the West Bank yesterday. Hasbara is completely reliant on the goldfish memory of Westerners. It's them trying to save face. Yeah, Nazi logic. Yeah. Real. Yeah, absolutely horrific shit. So, yeah, this isn't just, this literally isn't just, Palestinians. So, Jewish Israelis supporting expulsion of Gaza residents. That is like 70 to 97%. Rate of Jewish Israelis supporting expulsion of Israeli Arabs. We got a lower percentage here from the secular, but not insignificant. All the way to like 91% out here. And rate of Jewish Israelis believing that all residents of a conquered enemy city should be killed. This is untenable. 63% of people agreeing with this that's a state that can't be allowed to exist anymore. This country can't be allowed to exist, man. All the while being like a cry bully. Muel, you'll love this. I got a Discord community guideline violation strike yesterday for hateful conduct. They cleared my profile status. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Free Palestine. Abolish Israel. Oh yeah. They're gonna do stuff like that. Yeah, Discord are horrific and shit. Yeah. It's really cool that like the entire sort of like apparatus of tech giant losers and all this shit are just like, yeah, we love Israel and they're good and you're not allowed to say anything about them. Don't say anything about anything ever. No political discussion allowed. Ban politics off Twitch. All this rhetoric is just like going on and on and on and on and on and on and on at the minute. Discord is run by an Activision Blizzard guy now. It's not going to get any better. I know for a fact that guy watches Asmongold. I know he does. There is no way he doesn't watch Asmongold. Yeah? Think about it, chat. I don't even need to verify this. Think about it, yeah? Asmongold, what did he used to do? World of Warcraft content. Who's that? Activision Blizzard. That guy is 1,000% going to be a fucking Asmold watcher. And he's going to be just saying that same shit. Yeah, no politics. No politics allowed in Discord, folks. No politics allowed. It's gaming only. No politics in games, yeah? So basically no games. Simply just no games ever. Anyway. So, writer can no longer stay silent. This is kind of like a bit of a tongue-in-cheek commentary on all of the people who are like just coming out against what's been happening to Khazans in the since October the 7th, and not just since October the 7th, but since 1948. Let's have a look here.
Janice Mac U-turn here, writer. Guys, I think we can all agree the images coming out of Gaza this week, they've ripped my heart out and flung it against a wall. It's unacceptable, and I know, through enormous personal courage, actually, I'm ready to use that blasted G word. It's genocide, guys. I'm ready to tell you that it's genocide, guys. And I can no longer stay silent.
This is great.
I can no longer stay silent. No, I was kind of delighted to stay silent for the last 19 months, as many within my industry were paying the ultimate price for sticking their head above the parapet and just calling it what any sentient being would have to concede is a live stream genocide. Mostly people of colour, by the way.
Yeah.
But sure, that was great for me, less competition. But I do feel now's the moment for me to come in. I mean, if you come in too early...
Oh, this is so true.
Whatever that means. Come in too late, you're a Holocaust denier. I feel by coming in now, I've given myself the best chance of being commercially viable to both sides in a post-genocide world. Look, as a writer, I think we can all agree that's where all the great literature comes from, doesn't it? Just sitting on the fence, seeing which way the wind will blow, and then going in the direction most expedient to one's career. Now, if the wind blows the other way again, I just want to put on...
Can you hear him meowing, chat?
October 7th. Absolutely condemn it in the strongest possible terms, like sick. But yeah, just praying for peace, guys. Namaste.
Namaste. Yeah, they love to be like that, don't they, chat? Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. This guy's great, by the way. I think is this his account? Tag Hickey. Graham Linehan has called him shit. So that's how you know he's good. I don't know why I'm not following this guy. He's really good. Yeah, the absolute boy. Yeah. You heard him. You heard him here. Where have he gone? He just like came in here and yelled. I don't know what it is. I think that like when it gets hot, he just like gets mad, and he's like, right, the human is responsible for this. The human needs to do something about this. The human makes my uncomfortableness go away. I'm hungry. Human stops that. Yeah, I'm tired. Human doesn't really stop that, but you know, he will give me a scritch and a stroke. I need poo. Human changed litter tray. I need wee. Sometimes I have too much hair, make me uncomfy. Human groom, make go away. And I think he comes in here and he's like, too hot, make it go away. Too hot, sort it out. And I'm just like, I don't know what he wants. He'll just come in and he'll just be like, meh! And I'm like, you just had food. B, you got fresh litter. C, there's so many things all around the house for you to have. You've had your worm tablets, you've had your flea tablets. I know you're not ill. Does he regularly wake you up by ringing the brown alarm? No, he doesn't. I mean, he will like dig in his litter tray sometimes, but I don't know if he like has a shit. Sometimes I think he just does it on purpose because I'm not like getting out of bed. So I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, it's true. Like, it's true what this guy's saying. You know, like, all these writers who've been silent for the last 18 months, all of a sudden just coming in and just being like, oh, yeah, you know, it's time. Look, I mean, you know, there are layers of people, chat. There are layers of people. There are people who've always known about Palestine, and you know, the oppression that's gone on there, and as soon as they've learned about it, they've gone, oh my god, this is the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm going to try and do everything I can to speak about this, tell people about it, etc, etc, etc. Yeah? Then you've got people who know about it, they agree that it's a thing, and they're like, okay, yeah, no, this is really bad, but they can't do stuff about it for whatever reason, I don't know, or they refuse to do it. Then you've got the people who know about it, but refuse to do something about it. You know, you can see where I'm going here. This is like a tier list of, like, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, action for Palestine. Refuse to do something about it because it makes them uncomfortable, or it would make them feel uncomfortable, or they'd have to go through some uncomfortability for like a bit. You know, they don't even say anything about it. They're just like, no, I agree it's happening, but they're not doing anything about it, and they're not going to do anything about it or speak about it ever. And then you've got the people who, like, you know, actively do genocide apologia, you know, by saying it's not happening, and oh, it's complicated, and oh, you shouldn't talk about it because it upsets certain people. You know, nah, man. You know, but I guess if, you know, some of those people have come round to it now, that's okay. It's better than the other people. There are still loads of them out there who are saying that it's not happening, it's not genocide. You know, if it is a genocide, I don't care. You know, all this kind of stuff. All this kind of stuff. Soon, everyone will have always been against this. Yeah, it's the book that not Edward Said. What's the guy's name? A Palestinian wrote that book. I can't remember the guy's name. Someone in chat will know. Anyway, we got some more good news. Statement from the Yemeni armed forces regarding an attack on Lod Airport. Israeli named Ben Gurion. Let me open this image in a new tab so I can accurately look at it. Triumphant for the oppressed Palestinian people and their mujahideen and the rejection of the crime of genocide perpetrated by the Zionist enemy against our people in the Gaza Strip. The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a military operation targeting Lod Airport, Israeli named Ben Gurion Airport, in the occupied area of Jaffa using a hypersonic ballistic missile. The operation successfully achieved its goal thanks to Allah forcing millions of occupying Zionists to flee to shelters and halting air traffic at the airport. The Yemeni armed forces assure all our faithful and struggling Yemeni people that with Allah's help they will continue to fulfill their religious, moral and humanitarian duty towards our people in Palestine until the aggression against them stops and the siege is lifted. They will also, with trust in Allah, confront every Israeli aggression against our country with further supportive operations for the oppressed Palestinian people, including the continued ban on Israeli air traffic to and from Lod Airport. Important to remember, chat, that like this is you know, a really effective campaign that the Yemeni armed forces has been you know, targeting you know, key strategic points in you know, the occupied Palestinian territories, so-called Israel. Lod Airport, you know, for example, like literally driving down business, driving down the ability for people to just like fly into Israel. So, you know, it's not just going to be people who are flying in to, you know, settle there, you know, new settlers or whatever. There will be people there who are, you know, saying, you know, literally like military officials, diplomats, you know, influencers. All these kind of people are going to find it harder and harder to get to Israel, get out of Israel. You know, that's the kind of pressure that needs to be held on like a genocidal state like that, to just be like, yeah, no, you got to stop operating. You have to stop operating. Like, you cannot be allowed to continue to do this. 100%. Yeah, Yemen, once again, the only nation upholding international law, yeah. I'm glad we're past the point of it's complicated. Now everyone needs to get to this needs to end. Yeah, that's where we're at. And we got to keep the pressure up, chat. You know, like all of this stuff that we're discussing today, you know, there's more and more pressure all the time, especially in Britain right now. Now is the time to write to your MP. Yeah, if you've not been writing to your MP, and I know how annoying and painful it can be, I've written to my MP on many, many times. She always sends disgusting, horrific responses all the time, and I know that I'm going to get one back anyway when I talk about this, but I'm going to do it anyway because it's more and more pressure. You keep up the pressure. Go to a protest this weekend if there is one. Find out what you could do. Join a trade union strike that's making, a difference in terms of, some action against weapons factories or whatever. Loads of stuff that you could do. There's loads of stuff that you could do and get involved in. So this has always been pretty cool to see. Seth Rogen talking about Israel. I mean, he said this like ages ago, I believe. I think he said this before October 7th, which is crazy. But, it's not unheard of. There's lots of people, lots of Jewish people as well, who before October the 7th realized how bad Israel is just in general and Zionism as an ideology. But let's hear what he's saying here. This is on TRT World. I don't know if this is... I'm pretty sure this is before October 7th. It could be after. I don't know. But let's see what it's got to say.
I also think that as a Jewish person, I was fed a huge amount of lies about Israel my entire life.
Yeah.
They never tell you that. Oh, by the way, there were people there. They make it seem like it was just they're sitting there. The doors open.
Hours for the taking.
It literally, they forget to include the fact to every young Jewish person, basically, oh, by the way, there were people there. I'm afraid of Jews. I'm 100% afraid of Jews.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. It would be nice to live somewhere that was not a part of the Christian apocalyptic prophecy, which is also probably a good idea. It's maybe settle somewhere that the Christians don't think you all have to die in order for the
and then they want us all to go. They need a certain number
they
of
need
Jews.
us to go there so we can die the apocalypse.
But could you imagine living in Israel? Would you ever go live in Israel?
No, it would be
It's from at least 2020. Yeah.
I'm the same way, and we're going to piss off a bunch of Jews. It's for some reason, my mother, who's not religious or whatever, but her generation, they're kind of hung up on Israel, and they find some comfort in it. And I've been there, and I'm like, I couldn't imagine living here.
No, there are nice parts, and I think you I could imagine at best you are convincing yourself that you are far enough away from a major conflict to not worry about it,
right?
Which is a terrible thing to convince yourself of. And, I don't understand. To me, it just seems very an antiquated thought process. If it is for religious reasons, I don't agree with it because I think religion is silly. If it is for truly the preservation of Jewish people, it makes no sense because, again, you don't keep something you're trying to preserve all in one place, especially when that place has proven to be
volatile,
pretty volatile.
Yeah,
I'm trying to keep all these things safe.
This is like the common sense conclusion. If you're a Jewish person who's been said your whole life, oh, you got to go to Israel, it's super safe in Israel, and you just sat there somewhere and maybe you've had someone call you a slur once or twice where you live or whatever, but you've never been attacked for being Jewish. I'm not saying that this stuff doesn't happen, but the stats are out there, in terms of in places like Britain, anti-Semitic attacks, they happen, but they're by no means the prevalent form of racism, nowhere near what they used to be in the 1930s, the 1800s, Middle Ages, etc. And you just sat there and you're like, oh, hang on a minute, am I not safe here? What do you mean? And then that's kind of where the indoctrination comes in, and you get these fucking rabbis who come from Israel. They come to your school and they're like, you see those flags? You see those red, white, black, and green flags? They're basically people who support killing every Jew ever. Every Jew ever. Yeah. And that's where it starts. That's where this sort of fear of Palestinians, fear of Arabs, and then that turned into racism. I saw it happen with my stepbrothers. They got consistently more and more right wing as they got older. It started off being don't say that about Israel. You don't understand it. Don't say it. You're being anti-Semitic. To fuck Arabs and oh, look at these terrorists that you hang out with. Do you know what I mean? Have we ever spoken about the connection I found growing up in Jew school between Birthright, Maccabees, and Vegeta from Dragon Ball? No, but I'd love to hear it. Yeah, hit me up. You know, but this is just like the common sense. I've always thought this. I've always thought like, and you know, this is literally like, you know, it's just kind of, when people finally sort of come around to understanding it, it's kind of like the first thing that they say. It's like, you know, I know someone recently who's kind of come around to understanding what's going on there, and they've gone, to be honest, the thing that I've always thought about it is, why do they think it's safe to be there for Jewish people? Why do they think that? And it's like, yeah, because that's what they have to enforce. They have to enforce this fucking lie, this brainwashing, so that they have any kind of support and any kind of amount of people who go there and settle the land and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just it's nonsense.
Put them in my blender and hope that that's the best place to. That'll do it. Like it doesn't make sense to me.
They just want to make sure that you are frightened of your own survival to the point where, when you get old enough, you will make sure that that money goes to Israel and that trees are planted and that you always speak highly of Israel, and Israel must survive no matter what.
Yeah. There you go. That's what they say. Seth Rogen being right on something. Well, to be honest, I saw this, but this user here, I don't know who this is, and I don't know how how accurate this is, but apparently he immediately cut communication with his best friend of 20 plus years after learning of his sexual offenses. He denounces Israel, and he can roll a joint in less than 5 seconds. I don't know. I don't know if Seth Rogen has said anything cringe. He probably has. Lots of people have said cringe stuff, but I knew that he'd said this stuff about Israel and Zionism before, so I kind of knew that he was based on that at least. Right, where am I up to now? Yeah, let's read this from Husker. Basically, you're taught you have some great legacy to reclaim. The term birthright has a meaning, and for those who don't know, is that if you're white and Jewish, you get a free trip where you do tourism, you get your dick sucked most of the time there in your late teens. But when I first heard the term birthright, it was Vegeta saying it, and it made me highly skeptical for the right reasons. Extremely similar to what you're taught. Oh, damn, dude. This is taking me back to the fucking 90s.
Tell me, Vegeta, what is it like to feel this kind of pain? He'll be cleaning you up off the highway. To work so hard, to work so hard. He'll be cleaning you up off the highway. To work so hard.
This is when he gets beaten by Android 18? Or Android 16 or 17? The girl one, right? Oh, this show fucking whips. Bangers.
No! The Super Saiyans of legend were an invincible warrior race. I am their son, and at long last, I have risen to claim my birthright. I have stepped into the ranks of greatness. All my life, I have worked towards this goal, and for what? To be brushed aside as easily as a common housefly by an android? A true Super Saiyan would not have fallen. Maybe I'm not who I think I am.
Yeah, this is it.
There are still new plateaus for me to reach.
Yeah, this is true, Husker. Yeah, I remember seeing this, and I think that whenever I'd heard of the term birthright, it had always like invoked this like idea of nobility and hierarchy to me. I'd always thought like, oh yeah, that's what that is, right? When people talk about birthright, it's like, oh, it's my right to own this land. It's it's my right to like kill these people or make these poor people suffer or whatever. Like, I always thought that that's what it meant. And yeah, I definitely saw it in shows like this, 100%. So yeah, you hear Zionists say like, oh yeah, it's your birthright to go and do this shit. And yeah, there's a lot to be said about like the way that the Israeli state, the Zionist entity state, does its propaganda in terms of what is it now? The reporting of the numbers. So like we're not gonna see the whole thing because I think a lot of you have probably seen it already. But Zippy Holotz, I can't remember her name. She's the British Israeli UK ambassador. The British Israeli ambassador. She was on Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan was like, how many babies have been killed and how many combatants have been killed? Because Piers Morgan is now turning on Israel, which is crazy, fucking crazy that this is happening. He's one of the guys that I thought would like die on the hill of defending Israel, but here we are anyway. He was saying this, and she was like, we've killed 30,000 terrorists, and it's like, no, you haven't. no, you haven't. She was doing things like saying like, Israel is really strong, but we're also very baby, And guess who made the Saiyans a military power, freezes people, same dynamic with Israel and the US. Yeah, well, that was it. The Saiyans, it's in the story of Bardock, Goku's dad, right? That like they get tricked by Frieza, whatever I can't remember what the species is called, the alien species. You got the Saiyans and you got the Frieza guys. They got like the purple bits in the head and stuff. Cooler and Freezer, and they're all names of like refrigeration techniques or whatever. It's wild. That's it essentially. Yeah. She brought up America nuking Japan as justification. No, yeah, that interview is fucking wild. That interview is fucking wild. She gets so mad, and you know what? It's actually good that's what happened. I think you're right. Middle Earth Marxism. He's another guy. Piers Morgan, he's another guy who's gonna say, yeah, I was right all along. I knew it was bad the whole time. But like, he actually did like a really impressive thing, and he made her look to be like a psychotic individual. Just absolutely bent on like killing people and shit, and lying in that interview. So it was a pretty good interview all in all, in terms of like if we're talking about reversing the consent manufacturing that he's done over the last 18 months. I was like, okay, all right, well, more of this. It would be good to see more of this. Otherwise, I'm not about to forget what happened. I'll never forget. And we should never forget the consent manufacturing that they did for it. But if he's about to turn around, cool, man. Yeah, get on board. Great. Get on board, but we won't forget what you did. We won't forget how hard it was to convince you that this was happening when everybody knew it was happening. Anyway, nice little segue and insight there, Husker. Interesting. Anyway, let's take a look at this. This is some pretty harrowing shit. Also, hey, Half a Laptop, good to see you. And you're right, Alejandro. I completely forgot that Seth Rogen did the interview. Yeah. Supposedly he apologized for it. Well, good. It would be good if he did do that. But yeah, just cringe anti-communist bullshit. Anyway. This is some pretty disturbing stuff. I don't know who Nadia Jamil is. I don't know how true this stuff is. I don't know if this person has like a lot of followers or whatever. Senior researcher at Oxford. Okay, all I can say is that this is true, but this is apparently from this report. It's a Greek report. So she's translated it apparently. So apparently this is a quote from this article. You saw a very small hole in their necks, talking about Palestinian prisoners. But doing the CT scan, you could understand that their laryngus, their groin, and their spine had been dissolved. Christos Georgialis, a celebrated head and neck surgeon, is one of the few Greek doctors who volunteered in Gaza in recent months. He was at Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza for a month as part of a mission by the British organisation Medical Aid for Palestinians from April 21st, 2025 to May 21st, along with a vascular surgeon and a plastic surgeon. Excerpts from his shocking interview return to Kostas Zafiropoulos in the editor's newspaper. Of the patients I treated, the percentage of children compared to adults was overwhelmingly higher. Talk about 9-year-olds, 8, 11, 6-year-olds. The kids I was watching had neck injuries of just a few millimeters from fragments, which had a very high entry speed. You saw a very small hollow in their neck, but by doing the scan, you could tell that their larynx, their groin, their spine had been dissolved. They are little pebbles. We recently had an equipment exhibition in Greece, so these kids could use to show how much effective are these bombs, which, when they explode, send many small fragments that cover a huge surface, and whatever is there gets through them. I imagine this is sort of a bad translation, and it says it cuts through them, I guess. These crumbs are literally cursing children. There are, of course, dead children that we used to see at the morgue. 200 with 300 injured people arrived at the hospital daily. You can roughly calculate that the ratio of dead to injured is about 1 to 3. This is a war mainly against children, which cannot be explained with the well-known argument there is a large percentage of children in Gaza, so statistically there'll be many child victims. I think it's pretty much a targeted attack, and Israeli MP has also said that children are their future, so it's twice as important to hit them than the adults. However, I did not imagine I could see this politics so strongly. I can't say I went to war. War is a very different thing. There was no war in Treblinka. There was no war in Auschwitz. War has two armies. Here you have a population of mainly civilians and women who has no possibility of escape, and it's systematically raining bombs from the sky. They beat hospitals. They beat journalists. The conditions of my colleagues that were there were tragic, but there's still an optimistic part. Imagine we even did homework. They had an exam for the interns. During the time I was there, we took multiple choice exams for the internship batch to advance for their degree and receive their major's degree. Nasser Hospital was hit twice during the time I was there. One of the concerns we had before going with my team was that it had been struck again in March when they had targeted supposedly a Hamas leader and the operating floor had been hit. So this is, they're talking about Mohammed Sinwar. They're saying that Mohammed Sinwar, the son of Yahya Sinwar, was in Nasser Hospital, I believe. Which is not only a lie, but they're also saying that he died, which is also being widely seen as a lie as well. Hey, Pitsy, how you doing? Good to see you. My first 3 weeks went by without the hospital being a goal. Hit twice the goal in the last week before I left. Last Wednesday, the 14th of May, we slept inside all day at the hospital for our own safety. We just couldn't leave. We could barely go out to the courtyard. We're on the 4th floor where the surgery's intensive care unit and foreign doctors' dorms were. The 3rd floor was hit just below. 3:30 in the morning, the burn unit. The goal was a journalist. The journalist was killed, his neighbouring bed and the nurses were injured. 5 days later, the courtyard with the hospital pharmacy was struck again. The first strike was with 2 drones. The second one was with a rocket. And this is the thing, chat. It's so important to remember, yeah? Listen to this. The 3rd floor was hit just below. 3:30 in the morning. The goal was a journalist. The journalist were killed. His neighbouring bed and the nurses were injured. So this is 2 people that died, right? 2 people died. So they can, if they want to, they can target who they think are particular targets, assassination targets, with, precision strikes. Like, these are precision strikes. So when they bomb houses in Jabalia, houses in Khan Yunis, houses in Gaza City, in all the refugee camps, and all these fucking kids die, they're burning alive in tents, and they say, oh, it was human shields. No, fuck off. They have the ability to target with minimal casualties. If they wanted to take out military targets, they could do so. Easily. They do it all the time. They did it in fucking Lebanon. They got Nasser and what was his name? Nasrallah. They targeted him specifically. They took him out in his car. They hit the poet, that guy, in an apartment building. No one else killed, just him. They do it all the time. I don't want to say no one else killed. There could have been other casualties, but this is the thing. We have to remember that. We have to be ruthless. We have to say all the time, they can target people individually, specifically. We were on the 4th floor where the surgeries... Oh, yeah, we got this. A Spanish colleague told me that when the Israelis had come to the hospital where there was an MRI, they were trying to destroy everything. But the MRI is a huge machine, just like a car. Even if you shoot it, it can be fixed. So they brought in an engineer to destroy it permanently. So, you know, not only did they, take out this one guy, precision strike, but all the while they're killing loads of children. They brought in an engineer to specifically destroy an MRI machine. If it wasn't a war against children and civilians, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Oh, Hamas are using this equipment, so we got to get rid of it. Yeah, but so are the civilians, dog. Negotiate, meet with them, have a ceasefire, end this shit. No, because they want to do a fucking genocide, because they're sick fascists. A specialist to destroy it permanently, because even if a bomb was dropped next to him, it could have been repaired. A specialist who knows the heart of the machine would have to come in to make it non-functional, and they did that last February. In our hospital, the Israelis went through the chambers where the incubators were and systematically broke them one by one. The incubators with the sub-digger, I don't know what this is. These incidents were recorded by my colleagues, literally killing babies. Literally killing babies. These people that we saw in that clip who were smirking at that guy who ratted him out, who figured him out at that fucking, like, plaza in Hollywood or whatever, they're doing this kind of shit. They're going into hospitals and just, like, tearing out incubators for babies. You know? The hospital where I worked had been occupied by Israelis for 2 months in February and March. The doctors who stayed in the hospital were tortured. They were lining them up one by one and beating them. They were abducted in total around 80. Of them, 40 we do not know where they are or if they live. The doctors who stayed in the building were tortured. They abducted them. 40, we don't know where they are or if they're alive. Many were killed on the spot. Doctors. If one's looking to find out why some doctors were targeted in relation to others, there is a logic to it. This was no accident. Usually, they were the best of their kind. For example, there was a doctor who performed shell implants. He became a goal from the first moment. Exactly because he was the one who could recreate, was key to providing the care. According to the universities, those who were targeted from the first moment were those with the greatest academic work. And they've done that since the beginning, right? This is the targeting of, intelligent shit specialists, people who are doing stuff like any ability for Khazans to be able to, like, have a life, get healthcare, good healthcare. Get rid of all of that. The logic is that, quote, we want to rewrite the future of Gaza. Those who could rebuild it, whether academically, clinically, or even artistically. Yeah, they've destroyed the arts, they've destroyed everything. Subdiggers are the construction equipment that the IOF have used to sabotage hospitals. Right, okay. Things have gotten a lot worse with the total lockdown. It's the worst period in the whole period of genocide. We were relatively favoured as Westerners and doctors. We had assurance, rice that is, for a month. Our lunch was rice, exclusively. There was nothing else. Sometimes beans were added with rice. There were no vegetables. There were no proteins, fish, fruit, meat, obviously not. I'll just put it to you. My colleagues have lost 26 pounds since the beginning of the genocide. Me, in 1 month, I've lost about 88 kilos. 8 kilos in 1 month. And these are people who have the scran. They're getting some scran. You know? Inhumane. Beyond the pale. Beyond the genocide. Oh, excuse me. We got a little bit more good stuff to take a look at here. We got some Zionists getting super mad. This one particularly, Dahlia Kurtz, whoever that is, apparently has written a book. Dear Zionist, you are not alone. Yeah, you're certainly not alone in the annals of history, man. You got a lot of people that you're on the same page of, you know? Pol Pot, Hitler, etc. Anyway, Imagine Dragons end their concert by waving their solidarity with terrorists. They're calling for gay rights and free Palestine. Essentially, they just called for the deaths of all gay people and their music career. Good night, Imagine Dragons. It's so funny. It's so funny. Like, they... It's so funny the way that they posit this stuff. It's like by waving a Palestine flag, they called for the death of all gay people. Bro, we are so past this. We are so past this now. You are so wrong. We know that you're wrong. We know that you're lying. We know that you're manufacturing consent. I don't even know why you're bothering with this. I don't even know why you're bothering to like pretend to care about queer people at all. Imagine Dragons and Dua Lipa being based. I guess pop music isn't dead to me yet. Well, this is it, right? Yeah. They make the most generic music ever and still have humanity. That's right, Alejandro. God, that's funny. Yeah, crazy. Let's take a look at this. I don't think I've ever listened to an Imagine Dragons chat, so I'm really sorry. I don't know what they do. I don't know who they are, but... Trans rights on the guitar. Pride flags on the guitar. That's cool. Palestine flag. Yeah. Based. Cool. What Zionists can't handle, right? What Zionists can't handle is that, like, some of the most popular, cool, and based people are being like, yo, this stuff is important, by the way. This stuff is important. It's important and real, and you should care about it. And they're influencing their fans, you know, to talk about it. Celebs openly turning on Israel is a sign that public opinion has hit a major tipping point. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. And it's good that they're talking about trans rights as well. Like, this is the thing, like, public opinion, like, again, like, this wave of Zionists and far-right, extreme fascists, you know, they cannot, it's not sustainable. Like, that you can't continue this kind of, like, crusade on quote-unquote woke ideology, being like the most disgusting, offensive person ever, saying like the most vile things. Again, on like, you know, what do you call it? I think it was the Rob Rousseau show or the Rhizome stream. I think it was Rhizome. I was watching the other night, and there was that guy from Rebel News, and he was just like going on and on and on, trying to get these people, like even Zionists, like pro-Israelis in a pro-Israel march, like saying like, oh, don't you think it's really bad that there's all these immigrants coming in? And even these Zionists are there going like, oh, I don't know about that, chief. You know, Zionists who like are definitely racist towards Palestinians without a shadow of a doubt, whether they know it or not. The brainwashing is there. But they can't bring themselves to, like, you know, stoop to this guy's level and say that they hate immigrants and shit, you know? Imagine Dragons did Radioactive from years back. I'm not a fan, but got on him for this. The music that plays in every video game trailer, yeah, I don't know about that. Solidarity between marginalized groups melts fash minds, yeah. Gal Gadot, enough champagne to fill the Nile. Zionists have extremely talented luminaries too. Wait, what? Gal Gadot, listen, man, I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm a bit of a cinephile in it, do you know what I mean? And I've never, ever seen Gal Gadot in any movie. And I'm not saying that I only watch good movies, but generally speaking, I only watch good movies. You know what I mean? I know you're being sarcastic, yeah. I got that afterwards. I was like, there's no way he's being serious. I've seen plenty of films with a, yeah, but you watch all the bad ones. Yeah, you know, you watch all those comic book movies, they're all bad. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm not denigrating anyone on that. Whatever. I'm just messing with you, Pitsy. Right, okay, let's move on. We got some more good news here. Pal Action, as always, massive solidarity with Pal Action, massive solidarity with the Filton 18. Please go to palestineaction.org and /prisoners and email a prisoner. Send them your love, send them your solidarity. It takes 2 seconds. Just like a bit of stuff, you know what I mean? Type it up, send it off. You know, it means the world to people who are in prison for standing up against genocide. So this is breaking news. I think this came today after direct action by Palestine Action. Frontrunner Logistics becomes the latest courier firm to cut ties with Israel's biggest weapons producer. Although the firm was licensed to carry weapons, they've also stopped working with the Ministry of Defense. Massive. Absolutely massive. So here we go. They stopped working for the weapons trade. The firm was identified as a target after their trucks were seen entering and leaving Elbit's Filton Weapons Hub. Now they join shipping giant Kuhn and Nagel in refusing to work with the Israeli weapons firm following intervention by Palestine Action. Let's fucking go, chat. Absolutely quality. You know, keep going, guys. After Yemen, it's you doing action. Yeah, man. So many cases. Big up Pal Action. Big up the Filton 18. We got some of the biggest cringe posting that you'll ever see in your entire life here. Yeah. We've got Lil Buddy Max here. Iron Dome Enthusiast. Gen Z Jewish Canadian. Diaspora Life. Palestinians in Gaza just stormed a Hamas warehouse and found it stocked full of food and other aid. This is why Israel had to implement distribution lines, which Hamas tried to disrupt. Don't you dare compare giving humanitarian aid to Jews being lined up for the gas chambers. Hamas killed 5 Palestinians as a result, by the way. Me when I lie. Me when I lie on the internet. You know, like, how do you know that someone is lying? They have a Israel flag in their bio. That's how you know. Hey, Kitty's playing. Where is your source? Like, for this. Hamas killed 5... Through one of their Telegram channels, Hamas announced the execution of 5 people in Al-Maghazi in Gaza, accusing them of thefts. Where is this? This is a screenshot of what? Where's the other source? Link of the post on the Telegram channel that posted it. Will that open in here or here? What are you on about? Who is this? I'm not just like gonna have like a post as like a source. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, man. Sorry, man. Daring to have the pride flag in his bio next to those colonizer flags. Yeah, it's shit. Don't recall if I welcome you back yet. Welcome back. It's lovely to see you streaming again. It's lovely to see everyone in the chat. It's lovely to see everyone in the chat. Like, I do just want to, like, make sure that I double down on this, by the way. Everybody, yeah? Everybody. Like, it is great that so many people are here, like, supporting me back in the stream. Do you know what I mean? Like, it means so much that you're out here watching my content, chat. I swear to God, thank you. I'm sorry, but you can't have diaspora in your bio while having the ethno-state flag in your bio. Be for fucking real. Yeah, be so serious right now, please, yeah. Yeah, very reputable source, a Telegram message. Yeah, I saw a post. So much cringe in front of me, and yeah, it's great to be back. Hell yeah, you know it. We're gonna get through the cringe together, chat. We're gonna get through it together. That's the real shit. Anyway, we got Louis Theroux here. The Settlers, the doc I made for the BBC is now available to stream in the US on BBC Select. It couldn't be more timely. Is it going to text to speech? Does it not do that for bits? Kitty's playing. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Thank you. Damn, it's been 2 hours as well. So yeah, it's about time to mention again, chat, that yeah, I am doing this at the moment to try and raise money because yeah, I'm currently not getting enough money to even remotely have a decent life. It's pretty fucking... it's pretty rough to try and sort of survive at the minute, so any and all donations will be really appreciated. Feel free to sub on Twitch, feel free to sub off Twitch. Honestly, beggars can't be choosers at this point. And also, please, you know, the most desired way of you giving me money would be if you signed up to my Patreon. You can do that from as little as £3 a month, I think. It might be £3, might be £4, I can't remember. yeah, please consider doing so because times are really tight and really tough, and I am certainly struggling at the moment. So any and all donations, any and all support is really, really appreciated. Even if you don't want to spend any money on me, that's fine. Excuse me, but please consider engaging with me on my platforms. Comment on a YouTube video, like a YouTube video, watch one of my videos a little bit and be like, oh, it was funny when you said this sentence, even if it wasn't. That always helps and shit like that. I'm unemployed too, but you can have my Prime. Husker, Solidarity King, Solidarity. Yeah, it's so fun to be unemployed at this point in the world when, like, the recession is so bad. Like, the current recession is so bad. Here it is! Can we get it big? Can we get it bigger? Yeah, there you go. Fuck the police. You know it. Is there a text to speech? No, there's no text. Steph, thank you so much for the £12. What is it? The £30 12? Middle Earth boxes, thank you so much for the £2.67. The Kitty's playing, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Damn chat. We got a hype train on the go. Here we fucking go. I don't know, man. It's been so long since something like this has happened. What do I even do? What do I even do? Do we have like a video that I can watch or something? Yeah, normally it's Spinny Rat, right? But I can't remember how to do that or like what I did. A music video? That's what we used to do, right? A music? Hold up. What do I listen to at the moment? I'm listening to this band called Narrowhead at the moment, chat. Yeah, what's that one tune? Ashtray. I bet there's not a music video for that. I don't know. Ashtray, Narrowhead. Oh, there is a music video for it. Chat, I don't know. Are these guys cringe? Because I've been enjoying them, but let's enjoy this. Sorry, VOD watchers. Sorry, Johnny VOD watcher. But you're gonna miss this because yeah, we can't show this on the VOD. Have a laptop with the £2.70. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. I'm just like Tesco. Every little helps. Appreciate you. Right, pausing the VOD now. Welcome back, VOD watchers. Yeah, we just listened to a bit of Narrowhead as part of the hype train. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting me. Thank you so much for those donos and subs all in a row. Really appreciate that. Sorry that I have like a shit amount of emotes on Twitch. I mean, I got a couple there. Like, you can enjoy them, I guess. A lot of them are like pictures of me without a beard. I don't know. You got like that one. So if you want to see what I look like without a beard, you can post that in people's chats and they'll be like, who is that gremlin? Anyway, let's get back on with the news. Whoa! Speaking of bangers, it's back. Chat, it's back. Prince, thank you so much for the 1312. Thank you so much for the dono. Thank you for subbing off Twitch.
Paid for posting like the chuds think you do.
What was that? If only you could get paid for posting like the chuds think you do. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Imagine, we would all be so rich. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the stream. Really appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. Middle-earth Marxist also said, do it for the boy and Muel's tummy, chat. Yeah, sometimes, I think I've got it like set on like a certain amount. If you don't donate like a certain amount in pounds, pence, then it doesn't read out the dono. So the dono text to speech. So apologies, but I will always read them out. If I can see them in the list. Really appreciate your support, chat. Honestly, happy Friday. And listen, there's gonna be some. We're not too far now from the end of the content. We're not too far now. Yeah, the end of the political content. We're getting there. And when we get there, as I said at the start, we got some really cool React content for you. We're going to sit there together, chat, and we're going to watch Robert Stack, Unsolved Mysteries together. You know I love some paranormal shit. You know I love cryptids. You know I love ghosts, UFO, your dad, what? You know? All of that stuff. So we're going to be doing that later on, as soon as I've finished all this. So that's going to be fun. We're all going to enjoy that together. Mandatory fun. A lot of them are just like mystery stuff, like, people going missing and stuff. Tonight on Unsolved Mysteries. I used to watch it all the time with my dad when I was a kid. I used to love that shit. Anyway, right. Chat, if you aren't subbed to the YouTube, you're missing out. There may even be vids where the cheeks and chin are bare, exposed to the world. Yeah, that's true. It's true. There are, yeah, definitely on the YouTube. He's playing, you're right. Okay, anyway, let's move on. Yeah, I wanted to highlight this. Louis Theroux, The Settlers, he's saying here the docu made for the BBC, it's now available to stream in the US on BBC Select. It could have been more timely with the announcement today that the Israeli government has approved the construction of 22 new settlements in the West Bank, which are illegal under international law. Obviously we got like the same like disgusting idiots in the, in the replies here. I just want to sort of like show, in fact, I got a YouTube window open here. I just want to kind of show Louis Theroux's YouTube channel. Louis Theroux? Yeah, if I can spell. He did this video the other day, which is about why he made the Settlers. There was definitely an AI meme in there, for sure, there was. Yeah, check this out. This is why he made the Settlers. I watched this the other day.
Enough that I have the privilege of sometimes going back and doing stories I've done before to sort of update or experience a culture that I've
base
seen
on this
before,
fucking
how it's changed or
video is so heavy.
It's moved on, got worse.
It's got such a low-pitched voice.
And so for me, it was a chance to experience the extremes of an ideology that combines religious zealotry, nationalism, and a militarized support infrastructure. And to kind of get to grips with that journalistically and emotionally.
Also, chat, Louis Theroux is Jewish. He went to interview, if you've not seen any Louis Theroux documentaries, you really should, chat. He went to speak to some US neo-Nazis back in like the sort of mid-2000s, the Bush era, kind of like crazy fucking Rush Limbaugh, loser, Aryan Brotherhood types. And they, basically, like, he's experienced, like, anti-Semitism, like, legit anti-Semitism because of his work that he's done exposing fascist cultures. He went and spoke with these neo-Nazis, and there's literally a moment where this Nazi says, "Are you a Jew?" And he's like, because he is Jewish, he's like, "Oh, shit, maybe I don't want to answer this. Do I want to?" He tries to think really hard about it answering, and he gets chased by this fascist. Important to remember that. Important context for, for this.
Bank is an area to the east of Israel that was basically occupied in 1967 in a war. And since then, Israeli citizens have moved in and formed settlements, outposts and settlements, illegally under international law. Some of them are there for economic reasons because the housing is relatively cheap, and some of them are there because they are deeply religious or religious nationalist ideologues, and they are attempting to build a greater Israel and view it as their divine right to drive out the Palestinians.
I didn't know he was. I've seen that film and understood it, the reason he refused to answer. Yeah, he is Jewish, yeah.
To the story. I made a film there in 2010. It went out in 2011, meeting some of the settlers. And then I heard more recently that since October 7th, with the world's attention on Gaza, these religious nationalist settlers have been emboldened to go further, to push harder, to harass their Palestinian neighbors and to attempt to drive them out. So I decided to go back and find out who was doing it, right, to meet the people who were sort of the ideological standard bearers for the settlers, and also to see
these fucking sick fucks
what the consequences were of what they were doing. At the heart of the film is a woman called Daniela Weiss. I had interviewed her, but only briefly in 2010. Even then, she was known as the godmother of the settler movement. You know, in my work, there's always this balance between attempting to be a little bit of a fly on the wall, right, not intervening, seeing how things are going to unfold, letting people feel they can express themselves unself-consciously, but at the same time challenging them enough to bring out the contradictions or the parts of it that I feel don't make sense, and also allowing the viewer to feel safe, like so that it's not a case of uncritically platforming highly divisive or questionable beliefs. I'm curious to know roughly how many settlements and outposts you've been, let's say, in some way involved in the establishment.
Almost everyone.
For real?
It's 50 years. You know what it means? 50 years that I do what I do today.
This woman is evil, by the way, chat. I don't know if you know. You'll see in a moment if you haven't seen this bit. This bit's probably going to get fucking claimed from the BBC anyway on my fucking VOD channel, so I don't even know why I'm trying to show it, but it's whatever. It's kind of funny that we could all go on about the misgivings of Norman Finkelstein, but Theroux kind of looks like Finkelstein minus 20 years. Yeah, that's right, he does. I was thinking that actually when I saw him just then. I was like, you know, yeah, he's got a look of Norm. He's got the Norm look. You know, I understand, like, some people don't quite rate Louis Theroux because he doesn't use the word fascist, he doesn't use the word scum. He's not like, he doesn't ever like add his subjective opinion to what's going on. I have got a lot of grace for him. I believe he does it on purpose. You know, if he is going around basically being openly like, yeah, these people are disgusting, they're vile, they're the real fascists of the world at the moment and stuff like this. I don't think the BBC would show it, and so less people would be able to see this stuff for what it is. You know, this is the kind of shit that you can show your mum. Do you know what I mean? If your mum is like an on-the-fence conservative voter, doesn't really know about this stuff, but is like open to it or whatever, it's kind of like you can show her this and he's not going to be saying like all these left-wing talking points and she's going to go, oh, right, I get it. These people are fascists, right? She'll just figure it out straight away. That kind of thing, you know. Again, like it's those two things. So I've got a lot of grace for him. In with regards to that. Like it must be fucking like a tough call. Like being like, okay, how do I get like the most exposure on these fucking loons, these evil people as possible, without like harming my chances of being able to do that in the future, right? Yeah, he gives them the space to implicate themselves. That's why I like him. Look, you don't have to agree with me. It's whatever. We could disagree about this stuff. I think he's pretty based for doing this. I think The Settlers is a great example of him really highlighting something. And, you know, during a time when, like, he's right. Like, the whole world is focused on Gaza and forgetting... Like, we shouldn't forget about Gaza, but we shouldn't forget about the West Bank, because the West Bank is getting absolutely battered in very similar ways.
Because it's territory that was won in the 67 war, that under the Geneva Convention, transferring a civilian population into a conquered terrain...
Yo, Rob Rousseau. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. What's going on, Rob? Welcome in, Rob. Welcome in, Robbers. Welcome in, Rob Rousseauers. Friend of the stream, friend of the chat, friend of everyone. Sweet Rob Rousseau. How are you doing? How was your stream? Happy Friday, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political content creator. I'm from the UK. I'm an anarchist. I'm a communist. I've been doing organising over the last year. I was the chair of a tenants union. I've done lots of eviction resistances, etc., etc. You want to know about UK housing? I'm your boy. All the other stuff I kind of know about in a sort of vague way, but that's me. That's the content. Thank you for the follows. Please feel free to hit the follow button. But everybody in my chat, if you aren't already, please follow Rob Rousseau. He's a fantastic guy. If you like my politics, you'll love his politics. Anti-imperialist, proper reporting on proper events, and he does a pretty good British accent. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if your chat are ready to be reminded, or if they haven't been reminded today already about the 15-minute British Trump bit that after like almost a year of not really coming on Twitch too much, I turn on Rob's stream, I see Rob Rousseau streaming, I'm like, damn, it's been long, let's go see what Rob's up to, and he's doing a fucking British accent at that point. Not just a British accent, but like a cursed British Trump, like a 15-minute monologue. Yeah, anyway, thank you so much for the raid. We're just checking out Palestine update. We're gonna check out some US politics stuff in a bit. We're gonna have a look at this new mayoral candidate that everyone is yelling about. What's his face? Zoran. I can't remember his surname, but we'll find out later. Mamwani, I think, maybe. But yeah, we're going to have a look at that in a bit. We're having a look at Louis Theroux talking about his documentary, The Settlers, which you can get if you're in the US. Now you can get it on BBC Select. I don't care how you get it. I think it's probably like a good thing to watch, maybe with your family if they're a bit on the fence about understanding what's going on at the minute. Could be a good way to bring them into understanding the horrific genocide that's going on over there. Is it Mamdani? Is that his name? The new New York mayoral candidate guy? That's currently what we're doing, and later on we're gonna watch some unsolved mysteries with Robert Stack. So there you go, one Rob into another, innit? But welcome all the new heads in the chat, and old cheds as well. Old heads, old cheds. We got Joe One, good to see you back. How you doing? Lord Baby Beef, Sir Demon, good to see you. Effusive Stoic, Dick Penderin, what's going on? Good to see you. Red Star EV, proper mate. I've eaten beans on test before. I'm a comrade to the Bravs. It's true. It's true. All you have to do is do something that working class Brits do. Drink 1 pint or eat 1 bean on toast. That's how you become a comrade to the Brits. That's it. The British Trump was iconic. Yeah, so Boris. No. No, it was mad. It was mad. You go to Rob's stream to see it. You gotta go see Rob's stream. The entirety of the Trump Arnold Palmer speech in a King Charles accent. Yes, that's what happened. It was fucking funny as fuck. That's the moment I joined the Rob Rousseau stream on Wednesday after like a year of not being on Twitch. Mental. Anyway, let's get back into it, chat. Yeah, we're just checking out Louis Theroux. He's sitting with Daniela Weiss, disgusting evil Zionist demon, talking about how it's really cool that basically her and a bunch of other fascist activists, do what the government can't do. They do it for them. Yeah.
That's considered a war crime.
What I do here is a war crime.
According to the UN.
Cooperating with the person who committed war crime?
Well, I'm interviewing you.
It's a light felony.
It's a light felony. What she's talking about, chat, is settling illegal occupied Palestinian territory in the West Bank. That's what she's saying.
What's changed, obviously, is
it's a light felony.
The war in Gaza. Now the settlers see an opportunity to expand there. We document an event at which the whole plan is being laid out and lobbied for, and families are being enlisted to be...
I know it smells crazy in there, chat. I know it smells crazy in there.
This whole project of putting hundreds of new families, new settlements in Gaza, literally as it's being bombed. I spent about 2 weeks filming up and down the West Bank. You know, every day was a kind of some new experience of the strangeness of what a military occupation looks like, in which you've got two communities, 3 million Palestinians, a few 100,000.
That's right.
Jewish
That's right, Frazo.
Side by side and subject to different, very different legal regimes, right? That in itself, it felt like being immersed in a kind of dystopian movie, fully legible in the infrastructure of the environment.
This is the thing. This is kind of like, you know, why I'm saying, like, if you've got like a family member or a friend who is like, I don't know enough about this, I don't know what my opinion is about it, you know, get them to watch this shit, because they'll be like, nah, this ain't real. This is not real. There's a reason why whenever you see depraved Zionist scumbags on Twitter, always, you know, posting pictures of like Tel Aviv, like the square in Tel Aviv, or like, look at this, this is what Hamas wants to destroy. This is, you know, this is what Hamas wants to be gone. And it's like all these like, oh, beautiful, great, like, you know, scenes of like clean, nice environments. It's like, nah, bro, take a look at the West Bank. Have a look at the West Bank, bro.
Wait.
Also, there's only white people in those images that they show you, but like, take a look at the West Bank.
ID, please.
For what reason?
It's the police. מה האזרחות שלך? את פלסטינאי?
Yes.
אז אתה רואה שם, אתה לא רואה את
That one?
Goodbye, he says to the Palestinian
But I
guy.
know that I'm allowed to be here until here.
Say, you are not allowed.
I'm just going to arbitrarily decline you to be here.
You are limited.
This fucking nerd, like they all, like I can't get away from the fact that every single IOF soldier looks like they're about like 21 years old. They've never touched a boob, like ever.
For Palestinians, so he can, if he lives.
They just look like the worst nerds that you've ever seen in your entire life. Like if nerds were allowed to just like kill people legally.
It's not work like that. Which camera? We're not talking to you.
Oh, damn, dude. Oh, damn. What was that? You hear that? Reddit army cosplayers.
Give me your ID, please.
How come Palestinians can't come down here?
It's not work like that.
It's not work like that.
We're not talking to you.
Camera, we're not talking to you, dog.
It seems ironic that that's the visitors centre.
Doglet,
right,
in a bit.
Tourists and whatnot, and he can't actually visit in his own city. It's no secret that this is a subject that, you know, gets heavily scrutinised. That it can be divisive. There's a lot of people who feel very strongly. And, you know, going into this, that was on my mind. If I'm honest, like, it was on my mind, but I didn't find it, like, incapacitating. And I have to emphasize, the frame is around what's happening in the West Bank under a military occupation. You could say, well, that's an arbitrary framing. I don't think so. Like, that's the frame. And what's taking place is, I would think by any reasonable person's...
He's being really careful with his words, yeah.
Like, deeply troubling. So,
like, again, I do want to say it is so important to remember that passive voice is a thing, to understand how journalists conduct themselves and stuff like that. You know, the headlines that we've seen from the BBC are extremely pro-Israel. Extremely pro-Israel. Yeah, no, the BBC actually aired this. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, I rate Louis Theroux because I know for a fact that he's trying to play the system as much as he possibly can to get this to be aired, innit? Do you know what I mean? God knows what he will have had to go through to try and get it aired. God knows what kind of trouble he had sorting this out and figuring it out. I don't think there's been much fanfare around this because they also had what do you call it, the Gaza documentary that was made by, what is it, Basement Productions? I can't remember the name of the production company, but that's not been aired by the BBC. It's been proven that like one of the main editors at the BBC is like super pro-Israel, like, you know, it's biased, it's compromised, it always has been. You know, chat, get rid of your fucking TVs, speak to the TV license people. If you're in the UK and you got a TV license but you don't actually watch live TV, speak to the TV license people and say, yo, listen, I want to stop paying this. I want to stop paying this because you shouldn't be funding these cunts, you know? They're evil, 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 evil bastards. Which is why, unfortunately, I can't watch The Settlers. I can't watch it. But anyway, the main thing, testament to his patience and skill with words. Well, look, this is the thing, yeah, because he knows that if he gets this on the air, it will be a great eye-opener for a lot of people to see what's going on. And, you know, it sucks that that's kind of what Israel does. Israel, when Israel is focusing on Gaza and, like, you know, attacking Gaza and stuff like that, nobody talks about the West Bank. But when Israel is focusing on the West Bank and, you know, doing all stuff like that, no one talks about Gaza. So it's this kind of like, they batter between like the two different things, but they also conversely, you know, fuck with each one. When the attention is on one, they do other stuff in the other, etc., etc. You know, it could be really tough to try and get something like this aired. So, you know, critical support to Louis Theroux. I would always say have more integrity as a journalist. I think if Louis Theroux wanted to, he could break out on his own. He could probably start his own production company, produce films with all the connections he's got. But I don't know, maybe he's getting a bit, what do you call it? A bit, what's the word? He's getting a bit lazy. Oh, what's this? Oh, sorry about that, little baby beef. Yeah, I just have links turned off just in case, but I can see what that is. Blue check without asking. Post long videos. Here's the full Louis Theroux documentary on genocidal Zionist Israeli settlers and their pathological death cult media. Is that a full version of The Settlers? Right, well, I can't watch that because it would be illegal and wrong, and you know, I can't show that on stream. That's so illegal for that Twitter user to do that. God, so evil and wrong and bad, and you shouldn't look at that chat and you shouldn't watch it. In that way, you should give the BBC money and watch it that way. Anyway, so there you go. That's why Louis Theroux made The Settlers. You know, important to remember. It's available. You should watch it. Pretty good. And you know, here's another thing. Like, there was someone in the chat earlier who was talking about Netanyahu, you know, starting the fire. And again, I want to stress to that chatter, if you're still around, I'm not saying that you've like explained your entire ideology to me in that one, you know, chat message earlier. But, you know, it is important to remember that this has been going on since, you know, even before 1948, even before the Nakba. You know, Zionism is an ideology that has existed for a long time, towards the end of the 19th century, into the early 20th century, and then it was manifested in Israel. It was manifested in the pogroms that took place against Palestinians in their homeland around the start of the 20th century, 1930s, 1940s, and then, you know, really kicks off with the Nakba, and then the, I think, what is it, the 6-Day War or something, the Arab War. So here's Tony Benn in 1999. Tony Benn, based Labour MP, rest in peace king, absolute granddad, communist legend, talking about Palestine in 1999, even when there was a new Labour government under Tony Blair.
People will die because of the BBC decision. Let me be clear about that. And I started my life 60 years ago as a BBC producer. I love the BBC. I support it. But it is capitulated to Israeli pressure. That's the truth, I have to tell you. The BBC won't broadcast the appeal. I'm going to do it myself. Anyone who wants to contribute, I'm going to do that. And I'm sorry, you're not going to stop me. You're not going to stop me. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. The Disaster Emergency Committee Gaza Crisis is available at P.O. Box 999, London, EC3A 3AA. And I know from the BBC, because I've been here most of the morning, nobody here agrees with what the BBC have done. 1,330 people have been killed, 460 children, 5,480 casualties, and the reason the BBC have done it is very simple. The Israeli government objected.
Well, the BBC would disagree.
Yep. He was doing it before everybody else, chat. He was doing it before everybody else.
With you, and you did hear the line from management there that it's a question of raising impartiality. The public will be concerned, and the other issue, of course, will the aid actually get to the people
Well,
who need
if you're telling me that if I send...
I think that this is particularly the news surrounding the Gaza Freedom Flotilla that was like attacked by the IOF in the 90s. I'm pretty sure it's in relation to that, because there's another interview that you can see of a guy, I can't remember his name, he's got tattoos, he's a veteran. He was like, I was on that flotilla, and he's like super ruthless. He was like, nah, fuck Israel, man. Like, he was just so much, and it's like a Newsnight interview. I can't remember the guy's name.
Money to Gaza, the BBC's impartiality. I'm sorry, I'm a human being.
If you send money to Gaza, though, through an appeal, can you be sure that it will get to the people who...
Well,
see, this shit has been going on for decades, chat. The same shit again. This is like Blue Sky. Yeah? If you send these people money, are you sure it's going to Gazans? Is it not just all scammers? Is it not all just Hamas?
In a war situation, the Israelis have killed 1,330 people. Now, Livni, the Israeli foreign minister, said there is no humanitarian crisis. Now, be clear.
They're still saying that, chat. They're still saying that. They've been manufacturing that consent for decades to get away with what they're doing now.
Anyone, and I've done masses of meetings. I've never met anyone who doesn't think we should give aid to Gaza.
What about the other broadcasters who are also not showing it, though?
Well, they're wrong as well. But you see, we're...
Okay, this is one thing I find a little frustrating. The framing of Zionism is beginning in the early 1900s. That's when it gained modern political agency. It's still super new compared to 5,000-year-old Judaism, but there's something to the fact that Zionism began as a Christian project during the Crusades in the Middle Ages to rob Muslims of their land and rid Europe of its Jews. Yeah, you know what? I gotta say, Husker, that's something that I'm not familiar with, and yeah, it makes complete sense. So, yeah, willing to learn on that, you know what I mean? I'd rather have been scammed and tried to help than done nothing. Based. Fucking based. Hey, Fab Forward, how you doing? Good to see you.
I know you work for the BBC and I'm a pensioner. We're people. If you saw children dying as they are today in Gaza because there's no food, wouldn't you want to send it?
We have shown what's been happening in Gaza.
I know you've shown it, but I'm talking about trying to helping people.
Yes, but surely people will see it and send the money anyway. What difference
does it make? They don't know the address, and that's it. P.O. Box 999, London.
Tony Benn was so based. Tony Benn was so based. Like, ultimate class traitor, by the way. Middle-class guy, middle-class family. As far as I might be getting that wrong, but, like, you could sort of tell by his accent, you know, ultimate class traitor. He was like, nah, man, working-class people are sound. People of color are sound. What's going on? Why is everyone racist? Why is everyone fucking conservative and reactionary and shit?
3A, 3AA. I'm doing what the BBC won't do.
And you did it earlier as well, and I think people now know what the address is. Can we look at the bigger picture, though, as well?
Yes, of course.
What about targeting the aid going to the people who need it? What about the possibility that it might go to Hamas, that it might actually go to rearm?
Well, all right. Hamas is the elected government in...
This should have been the response for everybody, every single time on the fucking airwaves, all the time since October 7th. Literally, this should have been the response. Hamas is the elected government. Hamas is the elected government. It doesn't matter what you think of them. They are the elected government. It's the will of the people. That's what they want. That's the end of it.
2006.
Yeah. Husker, gotta run and get me fucking curry, mates. See you later. Husker Do, thank you so much for being here. Take it easy.
Hamas won.
Targeting the aid going to the people who need it. What about the possibility that it might go to Hamas, that it might actually go to rearm?
Well, all right. Hamas is the elected government in 2006.
Okay, so this number here is wrong, 1999. He's talking about the 2006 election. So I think that what this actually is, and looking at the BBC background, they didn't used to have the green screen backgrounds like this back in the day. They used to have just like a blue background. They would have had a blue screen, but they would have just had like, yeah, it wasn't like this in the 90s. So I think this is like 2008. So this will probably be Second Intifada stuff. I might be wrong about that. This might be Second Intifada stuff.
It's the elected government. In 2006, Hamas won the general election in Palestine. Jimmy Carter, the former American president, said that. And if you tell
Jimmy Carter said it.
That no aid can go to people dying there in case it goes to a school run by Hamas, I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
How much money?
No, I was misled by it as well, Prince. I said it as well in the 90s. It's because this video looks like it's kind of 90s crusty.
Well, all
the
I can tell
BBC
you
and
is
the other broadcasters broadcast.
Well, the Congo, they got 10 million, and I think in Burma, 18 million.
BBC delays the showing of the story of Gaza's heroic medics, Monday 5th, 2025. Yep. It's still relevant, chat. Still relevant. They've been doing this for ages. Friendly reminder, fuck Mark Hamill. You know? This guy's a fucking wanker. Honoring all those who were here first for Indigenous Peoples Day. Yeah? Cool. That's cool stuff. I like that. Today we celebrate the people who first called this land home. We remember the struggles and tragedies they endured. We honor their place in and contributions to the shared story of America. America stands with Israel always. Cool. Really cool. And someone tried to point out here, like, you'll always post this as proof of him being a Zionist. He literally said this later on, like, if there's other recent stuff about him being a Zionist, then please show me. He said, like, I fully support Gaza, Palestine, despise Hamas, you know, once. Despite 90% of his feed being political, his only tweet referencing Gaza or Palestine is a reply where he says he supports them, but has to note that he despises Hamas. Old man ignorance or not, plenty of Zionists use that. It's not about Gaza, it's about Hamas excuse. Yes, exactly. Exactly. He's a loser. He's a scumbag. Luke Skywalker could never. I don't know, like, what happens in this video, but I think what it is being portrayed here is IOF troops using Palestinians, including an elderly man, as a human shield, dressing him in a military uniform and forcing him to clear potentially booby-trapped areas. This is something that Al-Qassam has seen happen multiple times as well. So that is also really important to remember. You know, they do this all the fucking time, under threat of death, under threat. Like, this guy will have been tortured. He will have been said, we'll protect your family. Don't worry, bro. But they just send him out. Let me just have a quick look at this, like, off stream and see if anything gross happens. Why can I not, like, turn the fucking volume down on that? No, I don't think he dies or anything here. They're getting him to, like, do all this, like, horrible stuff. Like, check this out. This is the kind of shit. This is the kind of shit that they're getting him to do. Basically, in this video here, they just get him to go amongst some ruins and get a Palestine flag, right? Now, the reason that they're doing that, chat, is because a lot of the time, what Al-Qassam and resistance forces do is they booby-trap Palestine flags, because IOF soldiers can't stand to see them. Whenever they see one, it drives them insane with rage. They go and rip it down, and 90% of the time there's a bomb under there and they'll get blown up. So what they're doing is they're getting an old Palestinian man to do this for them. Right there. Laughing at him. Scumbags. Absolute scum. Oh, swear to God, man. Swear to God. So here's a clip from the Piers Morgan show where he roasts Sippy Hotovelli. That's her name. This is wild, by the way. Her response. to this. It's crazy, chat.
few days ago, you have 2 doctors in Gaza who have 10 children, and 9 of them are killed in a bombardment by your forces. That doesn't make people feel, oh, this is all going great. It makes people think that you're waging a systematic destruction, not just of property and of land, but also of children. And that's what's happening. The percentage of children that you're killing compared to the percentage of you're killing of Hamas terrorists.
Right, just look how smug she looks, chat, and get ready for what she says next. Look how smug she looks. She's unaffected. She's in her lane, moisturized, unbothered. Just check what she says next.
What is it? Do you know? Do you know how many children you've killed? Well, hang on. Answer me that one question. Do you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed and how many children you've killed? Do you know those 2 numbers?
I know the numbers that came from the IDF. I know the numbers that came from a very established
give me the
think tank.
Give me the 2 numbers.
Wait a second. We killed 30,000. We killed 30,000 terrorists in phase 1 of the war.
30,000 terrorists. That is a lie. That is a lie. There is no way they've killed 30,000 terrorists. Terrorists. They're talking about Al-Qassam, right? That's what they're talking about. Like, there's no way they killed 30,000 Al-Qassam, not by a long shot.
Since the war is back,
They're counting adult males as terrorists. Exactly, that's what they're saying.
I don't have the numbers. But let me tell you one thing. We
how
never
many children have you killed?
We never target civilians. So this question
Yeah, you do.
is irrelevant.
How many children have you killed?
Pierce, Israel is not killing children. Israel is not killing children. Hamas is using them as human
Israel is killing
shields.
children every single day.
Pierce, this is a blood label you're putting on Israel.
Blood libel. Blood libel, chat. Israel killing children? Blood libel. It's blood libel, chat. It's blood libel. It's blood libel. Yeah? And just in case you don't know what blood libel was this horrific anti-Semitic thing that people would say all the time against Jews, is they would say that Jews poison wells in the villages that they live in, and they drink the blood of children and stuff. So that's what they're saying that people are saying about Israel when there is like thousands, at this point probably tens of thousands of examples of proof that Israel is literally bombing children, targeting children, specifically like long range, wide area of effect bombs, that affect a massive area, literally killing, maiming, destroying people's lives, entire families wiped out in days, when they have the technology to do precision strikes, as we discussed earlier. That's a blood libel, dog. That's blood libel. You're anti-Semitic, it's a blood libel. Scum of the earth, worst people ever. Holy shit, man. Anyway, we are moving on from the Palestine update, but yeah, just crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. They're trying to starve the entire population. How is that not targeting innocents? Yeah, exactly. Even then, a lot of the youths have been counted as adult. They specifically changed legislation. They can charge 14-year-olds. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I reckon that's nothing to do with the fact that Israel is a nation of fucking pedophile scum as well. I reckon it's nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with the fact that Israel hides American pedophiles in its ranks in order to like bolster the number of settlers that come and live there. Yeah. I reckon it's not related to genocide or pedophilia in any way. Anyway, let's take a look at some good news. I don't know about all this guy's politics or anything, but there is a new candidate for New York mayor. It's New York mayor, right? I'm getting this right, folks. Like New York folks, American folks, USA folks, people who know more about this than me. Zoran Kwame Mamdani. He says here, I'm honored to receive the endorsement of Teamsters 804 Local, who move our economy and build power for the working class. I've stood with them as they've taken on one of the world's largest corporations, and I'll stand with them as mayor. Cool. This is Amazon Teamsters. Proud to stand with you, Zoran K. Mamdani. Let's see exactly what it is that he's saying here.
And we are here to say that these workers deserve recognition, they deserve a fair contract, and this is the bare minimum. The bare minimum. Because after so many years of making so much money, Jeff Bezos and these executives have convinced themselves that they are the ones who created the value of this company. That they are the ones who made the numbers they see on the stock market. It's the workers who created that.
Yeah.
And it's about time that we reminded them of that. And we are here to...
All right, well, it's good words so far. I don't know if anyone's got any sort of takes on this guy. What do they think of him? But we got some more stuff about him and what he's saying. This is his campaign ad that's been going around. Sorry about the noise, but it's fucking Friday night and rich losers like to get around in rented cars really fucking loud all the time. So I love that. Love that for us.
I'm Assemblyman Zahran Mamdani, and I'm running for mayor to freeze the rent for every rent-stabilized tenant.
Yo.
Wait, you're gonna freeze my rent?
Yes.
Did I hear rent freeze?
Yes! This guy's gonna freeze the rent. No hike?
None.
This guy's gonna freeze the rent.
It's true. As your next mayor, I will freeze your rent.
Paid for by Zoran for...
I'm only laughing because it's like, oh, bro, don't rat fuck us, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could kind of like, you know, the trust that I have in politicians is so thin. Is so thin, yeah. But could you imagine the level up that New Yorkers would get if this guy gets in and freezes the rent? Yeah, where's the small print on that promise? I want to see it. We got to scrutinize this guy. We got to ask him what his plans are, how he's going to do it. We got to say what are the things that we can, you know, hold you accountable with if you get into office and you don't do this. Yeah, it's a pretty good campaign. You know, not gonna lie. At the very least, what people should do is that they should show support for this guy, because that is telling the Dems that that's the kind of message that they need to be having in the current climate. The current climate is socialism or barbarism. Yeah? And they need socialist policy. They need socialist policy. You just need it. You ain't going to win if you don't have socialist policy. If you try and go continue with this liberal ratchet bullshit stuff, no way you're going to win. Again, I've got no faith in the Dems whatsoever, but it's going to be a Republican government from now until collapse, whenever that is, if they don't change their messaging. Like, I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah, if you're not with us, you're with President Landlord. That's it. Anyway, interesting stuff. Zoran Mamdani mailer arrived yesterday, and it's beautiful. Let's see what this says. This is his campaign material. See if we can get this in a new tab so I can actually read it. Right, here we go. For too long, politicians like Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo have prioritized the top 1% who bankroll their campaigns, while the super rich have gotten a leg up, working families have been left behind. Zoran believes it's time our city works for the 99%. So we already got the Jeremy Corbyn style messaging out here. 1000%. Make New York's most profitable companies pay their fair share by increasing our corporate tax rate to match New Jersey's. I didn't know that New Jersey's was higher than New York. That's crazy. Tax the wealthiest 1% of New Yorkers, those earning above $1 million annually, to fund programs that benefit everyday people. Yep. Fight against Trump's attacks on our city and protect working class families. Yep. How are you going to do that? That needs to be a little more interesting. I would like to see a bit more information about that. All New Yorkers deserve to be safe, but police response times are over 20% slower than they were in 2022, and 34% of mental health needs to go unmet. That's why Zoran would create the Department of Community Safety to increase funding for evidence-based violence prevention programs and free police up to do their jobs. Right. If this is smart messaging, he's literally saying here, pretty out loud, that the police don't prevent violence. I don't know if this is this guy's actual politics, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Expand preventive and ongoing mental health services while transforming our city's response to mental health crises. That's why there are more cops in New York and Connecticut than in New Jersey and other East Coast states. Right, gotcha. Prevent gun violence by increasing funding for gun violence interrupters and the crisis management system by 275%. Yo, please follow through. Holy fuck. Increase the funding of hate violence prevention programs by 800%. Right. They're probably like not... I know 800% sounds like a crazy, unrealistic number, but they're probably at like 0.01% of budget funding at the moment. So 800% is probably not like a huge increase, right? Interesting. Everyone should live in a safe, affordable home, but Eric Adams has let bad landlords off the hook while raising rent over 9% for rent-stabilized tenants. As mayor, Zoran will make housing high quality and affordable by freezing the rent for New York City's 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, building 200,000 permanently affordable union-built rent-stabilized homes, holding bad landlords accountable, increasing fines for dangerous living conditions, increasing housing near transit hubs, and establishing comprehensive citywide housing. I'd like to speak to Tracy Rosenthal about what they think about this guy. Yeah, that could be good if we get them on Red Planet. Interesting. New York subway map-based flyer is good design. It is good design. Yeah. Nearly 9 in 10 New Yorkers say the cost of groceries is rising faster than their income. The cost of childcare is pushing families with children under 6 out of the city at double the rate of anyone else. 1 in 5 New Yorkers struggle to afford a Metro card. As Mayor, Zoran would alleviate the crushing costs of living with a bold approach to reducing costs, implement free childcare for every family with a child 5 years and under, and raise childcare worker wages based, guarantee lower grocery prices by creating city-owned grocery stores, make buses fast and free by eliminating fares and improving infrastructure, saving New York City riders 36 million hours every year and generating 1.5 billion in economic benefits. Here's the thing, chat. Yeah, if he gets half of that through, he'll be the most beloved mayor in New York history. Exactly. Yeah, a little dinosaur up there. That's cute, right? Yeah, this is base stuff. And you know, chat, again, as I said, it is important to actually like speak to the Dems messaging at the moment. Like the Dems messaging at the moment, think tanks are advising the Dems to drop the discussion on trans rights, which basically means don't discuss trans rights, don't advocate for trans people, don't say that you're going to save trans people. Oh my God, you can see the headlines now. Harris stands for they, them. Trump stands for you. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like, that shit doesn't fucking matter, man. They're not doing any kind of analysis whatsoever on how they lost. You know what I mean? They're like, oh yeah, like, there's another tweet. Where was it now? Yeah, this one here. So Fox is talking about this stuff, and the Washington Post on Tuesday had this like hit piece on you know, anti-leftist buzzwords, right? Don't talk about oligarchs. Don't talk about food insecurity. Don't talk about equity. Don't talk about intersectionality. Never mention Latinx, and God forbid, don't mention gender fluid. Like, are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? Think tanks are being like, yeah, listen, doglet, oligarchs, no, you move away from that. Move away from that. The oligarchs that fund us don't want you talking about that, yeah? The oligarchs that fund our think tank want you to shut up about that, yeah? The same oligarchs who, you know, they own grocery companies, they own the big supermarket chains, they own the production, food manufacturing, processed foods, all that stuff, fast food joints. Yeah, they don't want you to talk about food insecurity. Don't do that. You know, what is going on, man? What is going on? So against this level of messaging, yeah, Zoran's stuff is really important. Sorry, I just realized I wasn't showing that on stream, but like, here it is. Here's the thing, just to prove that this is like a real thing that happened. You know, there it is. These are the things that they're saying not to talk about. Mental. Anyway, yeah, I think that you know, at the very least, even if these things don't get enacted, this is what the Dems need to do. This is the messaging that they need to say that shows that people will support this stuff, right? And that's what it is. Anyway, we're getting into the sort of chaos section of politics, where we're going to have a look at like a bunch of like mad stuff. So in a response to Zoran's new ad campaign about freeze the rent, What have we got here? Peter Kasanji. This is a children's book I wrote on housing economics. This is the chapter that discusses why rent control ruins housing. Okay. First of all, damn, what's that, dude? Some AI Studio Ghibli shit? This is too much prose for a child. By the way, already, this is too much prose for a child. Way too much. Right? A Pete Kasanji joint. Oh, God, don't call it that, bro. A friendly parable to help explain the basics of housing economics to young adults. Welcome to the real world. Jacqueline Fernandez beamed as she clutched her Stanford diploma, the first in her family to graduate from college. 4 years of scholarships, work, study, and determination had paid off with a shiny new diploma in sociology and public policy. Job offer from an education non-profit in San Francisco is ready to begin a real life. You can do anything now. 3 weeks later, staring at a laptop screen in her mother's living room, Jacqueline wasn't so sure. The apartment listings for San Francisco glowed on her screen, each one more expensive than the last. This can't be right. Yeah, a new job at the non-profit paid $52,000 a year, respectable sum. After taxes, even these 1,500 studio rents would eat up most of her paycheck. Reluctantly, she clicks over the rooms for rent section. Even sharing an apartment won't be much better. Tell us about yourself. So she's getting an interview here. Yeah, whatever. She can't get a job. It sucks. Yeah. After weeks of searching and 5 more rejections, she finally found a room in a 4-story apartment building, a 30-minute ride from her workplace. At $1,200 a month. It was all she could afford. Commute isn't so bad. Trying to sound positive, she ate lunch with Aaron, a co-worker who had taken her under his wing. Living in Mission. Yeah. And this is mostly just like talking about the rent. Like, things are bad. This is slightly edited AI slop, obviously. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Groceries are expensive. Yeah. How do you manage the rent of rent on a teacher's pension? Pay over $1,000 a month. It's got to be written by AI. Yeah. Franklin's mind was spinning with calculations. $3,000 per unit to maintain the building, make a reasonable return. Rents are average. Jesus Christ, this is just slop, isn't it? Like, this is just like not for kids. Is she whiter in each image? Yeah, she is. What? What's going on? She's like not white here, and then she's still not white there. Her eyes are a different color though. She got like brown eyes in this one, and her eyes are kind of black in this. I don't know, stylistic change, but then in this one she's white, and then she's really white in this one, and then she's back to like, yeah, I don't know, mental. This is way too much words, by the way. This is way too much words for a children's book. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, man. Okay, so let's have a look here. Rent control is here. At the small cafe around the corner, Tony explained his situation. I bought this building from my uncle 15 years ago. Already I know this is going to be bad. Yeah? Already I know this is going to be horrifically bad. Yeah? I bought this building from my uncle 15 years ago. Thought it would be a good investment, provide steady income for my family. I don't know, man. Maybe you shouldn't invest in people's livelihoods. You know, invest in treating people like a disposable thing. The math hasn't worked out the way I expected. Because of rent control? Tony looked surprised. You understand more than most tenants. Right, fuck off. Don't care. Wrong, bad, idiot, shit. Piss off. Don't care. I literally don't care about landlords. I literally don't care about landlords, dude. I'm never going to read the rest of that. I bought this from my uncle. I was a working class lad, and I bought this from my uncle. I can't explain the working class as much as I like. Fuck off. Right, okay. Anyway, we got some funny stuff to look at now. that hopefully people we're going to have a little laugh at. Where's the first part of this? Have I missed the first part of this? Oh, yeah, okay, right. So this is something that's been going around recently, past couple of days. This is apparently Susie Weiss. Susie Weiss. Talking about Anthony Bourdain, the legend, the king, the Free Press, right? So what you got to remember about the Free Press is it's a pro-Zionist publication. I think it's founded by Barry Weiss, who is one of the worst Zionist apologists of all time. And Anthony Bourdain was a pro-Palestine icon, not just because he loved Palestine, but because he understood, you know, working class values, socialist values, anti-imperialist values. And recently, what they've thought is a great idea is to attack the dead Anthony Bourdain, who's got millions of fans all over the world. Fantastic, wonderful man. Saying the cult of personality Anthony Bourdain left in his wake is frankly insufferable. What are you talking about? He broke how a generation of men eat. In what way? What are you talking about? What are you on about?
Anthony Bourdain broke how a generation of men eat. The cult of personality he left in his wake is frankly insufferable. A lot of what we're seeing in food culture, chef culture today has its roots in the type of eating and journalism Anthony Bourdain did.
Well, so like, I don't know, like all I remember from Anthony Bourdain is, you know, I read his book, Kitchen Nightmares, which is about how he was a chef and he had like a heroin problem and he worked in Hell's Kitchen for like fucking years, grafting his ass off as like a working class kid, you know, trying to make his way through the world. And then, like, in his later life, he was like, yo, check how good all this, like, foreign cuisine is. Check how good food is in Vietnam. Check how good food is in Palestine. Check how good food is in Africa. Like, that's what he did, right? Yeah? Like, what is she talking about?
Anthony Bourdain did. Bourdain treated ordering soup like a search and rescue mission, and now every man thinks they have to spelunk into some cave in order to get a bowl of pho.
No, they don't. What are you talking about? Who is she talking about? Who is she talking about?
And unless they do, they're not really having dinner. Everyone just needs to...
Who is she talking about?
Calm down. Take a step back.
No one is doing this. No one is doing this. And no one is like going crazy about it. She's like, everyone needs to calm down and take a step back. Like, you need to calm down and take a step back. What is happening?
Enjoy the slice of pizza or burger you're eating. It's not that...
Anthony Bourdain, listen, man. Here's another thing as well, yeah? Anthony Bourdain loved pizza and loved burgers. He loved that shit. He loved the good... He's from fucking New York or some shit. I don't know. He spent a lot of time in New York. He's not gonna not love pizza and burgers, man. You know? Apparently introducing white people to food with flavor is the worst offense. Right, exactly. Mental. Yeah, perfect logic. Dead man is responsible for a bunch of posers trying to imitate him without the substance. Like, what is she talking about? What is she talking about at all?
Deep.
I know who that is laughing in the background. It's got to be Barry Weiss, right? She's just racist, yeah. God, this is so funny. The Free Press. Yeah, Anthony, he literally never said that burgers are bad. Literally never said that burgers are bad. Anyway, so Sam Sader or whoever works at the Majority Report Twitter account posted this, which is apparently Susie Weiss back in the day. She got like a segment on the Today Show when she wrote an op-ed sparking controversy because Barry Weiss was like, yo, you know how you got rejected from college? You should write how annoying and shit that is that you got rejected from college. You should like whine publicly about how you didn't get accepted into a college.
She was rejected by Princeton, Yale, Penn, and Vanderbilt.
Sorry, not just any college, by the way, because you can get into like community colleges and all that stuff. And she's like, yeah, nah, because I didn't get into an Ivy League college.
Among the reasons Susie says she was rejected, quote, diversity. I offer about as much diversity as a saltine cracker. She writes, I also probably should have started a fake charity, collecting donations for the underprivileged chimpanzees of the Congo.
This is like a Reductress article, or like a fucking Onion article. Like, what's going on? Can you believe this is real?
She even blames her parents, writing, I noticed long ago that my parents gave up on parenting me. I've never sat down at a piano, never plucked a violin. Still, the competition is steep. Princeton accepted only 7% of its over 26,000 applicants this year.
Just because you're an A student and have great test scores doesn't mean you're eligible for an Ivy League school.
Some call Susie a truth teller. Others say she's entitled.
Yeah, she's out there telling the truth, everyone. If you're white, you just don't get into college. That's the truth, yeah? Quick, get this girl on the fucking Today Show. Rapid.
To those of you
It's indistinguishable from an Onion video. Indistinguishable. She's reading it here now. She's entitled.
To those of you disgusted by this, shocked that I take for granted the wonderful gifts I've been afforded, I say, shh, The Real Housewives is on.
Oh, you smug fucking loser.
And Susie Weiss joins us now. Susie, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Well, that's one way to blow off a little steam in an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Damn. Oh, I didn't know it was in the fucking Wall Street Journal. It's like, oh my God. Oh, woe is me. This is so bad. But yeah, you just get to write a fucking piece for the Wall Street Journal. How did you do that? Because your sister's in the fucking Wall Street Journal or works in the media or whatever. This is crazy.
Me, by the way, and also
this is
thank
crazy.
you to the Wall Street Journal for printing my piece.
Well, what were you hoping to accomplish?
Well, it's a funny story, actually. The piece was written. I got rejected from a bunch of schools in one day, and like any teenager, I'm sure like millions of teenagers that day, I was crying to my mom, and she said, I cannot hear about this anymore. Just go talk to someone else. So I called my sister, and I was crying, but she was hysterically laughing, and she said, go write this down. So I did, and this is what came out of it.
So like Barry Weiss was like, write this down, write an op-ed about it, and I'll put it in the Wall Street Journal for you. I'll pull some strings. I'll get you in the Wall Street Journal. You can have a Nepo baby hack journalist career.
Actually, we asked our viewers.
Yeah, her sister secretly hates
what they thought. We put the op-ed online. 53% said it's a whiny one-woman pity party. 30% said it accurately captures what college admissions officers expect these.
I mean, this is like kind of child abuse, right? She did humiliate her little sister. She did. Like, if she was like an adult, and this like kid is like, that's the age you go to college, right? In the States, 18 or whatever? Or is it 18 high school? I can't remember. High school is 16 to 18 or something, right? And then college is the same age as university in the UK. It's like 18 to 20. She's still like a teenager, like, and like her adult sister who has a job is like, yo, this whiny entitled shit. I'm gonna put you on TV, etc.
And 17% said they weren't sure whether to take it.
17 to 18,
or
yeah.
Be appalled by it. So what do you say to those 53% who say, okay, you're blaming others, but not yourself?
I want to did you call my grandparents? Because I don't think you got them in there.
Well, where would they come down?
I think they would support me, but.
Yeah, man. Anthony Bourdain is like ruining men from beyond the grave somehow. Yeah, it's definitely like not anything to do. It broke how a generation of men eat. Like, there is no feminist analysis in this whatsoever, in any way, shape, or form. She calls Bourdain insufferable. The cult of personality. I mean, to be fair, she calls the cult of personality insufferable. But yeah, by extension, she's saying that Anthony Bourdain was insufferable. This just in, Anthony Bourdain transed my gender. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, right. Crazy. Some crazy stuff going on. So this is some other stuff that I didn't know about. I don't know who this guy is. This guy is BB No Dollar. Is that how you say that? BB, does anyone know this guy? He's like a rapper. How do I what is this? BBNOS Mary Poppins official music video. Right, let's take a look at this real quick, chat. Oh fuck, YouTube. Right. BBNO dollar Mary Poppins. Let's take a look at this. All right. At the time of recording, I was unaware of a certain individual's ethical beliefs. As a result, I've chosen to censor those whose values I do not support. Additionally, all funds generated by this video will be donated to the PCRF, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. Baby No Money, that's the guy's name. Okay, right. Anti-AI and commissioning every artist he can. Oh, really? Well, the person who he is censoring here is Asmongold. So what happened is a day ago he re-uploaded this music video that he shot like a few years ago, and Asmold was in it, and now he was like, yeah, I didn't know that this was bad, so I'm getting rid of it. Let's get rid of it. He had a massive anti-trans tirade. Who? Baby No Money? Look, he's even in the chair at the start here. He's even in the chair. That's fucking Assmold, man. And they just covered his face with like a murloc. Oh, he's done worse than that since then, laptop.
On my wrist, I don't wear electric. Too many zeros on a chip, can't count it. Dirty Sherman on my Jimmy, bitches slipping Hendrix. Wet hair, don't care if you ain't eccentric. ASOP, I got soft skin. GOAT, I went Ben 10. You shoot me, I stay clipping. Yes, I push pin. Ladies and gentlemen, I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. Shit, I would even undress me.
Could you imagine having Assmold in your video about like being sexy? Could you imagine? Oh. I barely know anything about him, but yeah, nah, he's bad. He's bad. He's gotten so much worse. He said like, yeah, Palestinians deserve to die. It's not a genocide. Rah. He's fully leaned in. He's just doing like full-on racist shit at the moment, racist content. He's just like the most disgusting, offensive person of all time, honestly.
I'm a bureaucrat for and fun. Don't be a copycat, kiss my tongue. Please, baby, let me clap, pum. Got a wrist, the crest, no diamonds. You blandish, put you in a panic. Bank real
bit of a banger, really.
Dick tangent, got to speak Spanish. Big toe ring, got it flooded like Atlantis. Athletics, first in the class. Straight to the bag, I'm a pro like Bass. Diuretics, pissing out cash. Pants never sag so high, got a rash. Bitch, I ain't man, I'm random. A-Ran, doors never close on king shit, Aslan. Cooling with the folks at the crib, watch gangland. Jiggy in the club, let Annalise jazz hands. Cast spells, get coochie like Merlin. She stick real bad, stay swerving. Sex sells, well, fuck it, we splurging. Hair gel, I'm composed like Gershwin. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. Shit, I would even undress me. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. S-E-X-Y. New fabric, stripped out designer.
I feel like the censorship is probably in Asmongold's interest. He would look so awkward here if we can see his face. I can only imagine like how people manage to deal with the smell.
bitch. Clack game for, yeah, I'm feeling like Birdman. Sweet talk, 2 chicks, got them doing handstands. Lights in the crowd, all the way in a grandstand.
That's right, I mean, yeah. Asmongold is one of the most gross men alive. His roommate is the person who turned into a massive cockroach from metamorphosis. Yeah.
Shit, I would even undress me. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. S-E-X.
I think it's because he just like
Spits money on me like a rainbow.
all those people got bed bugs after this and now they know why. Yeah.
Try to save me.
There you go. That's it. This is such a queer environment. How did he end up here? Yeah, I think this was before he he leaned into his most recent shit. But yeah, this is like super cool. I don't know if Asmold has said anything about it. But I imagine he would, because that's the kind of thing that Asmongold does nowadays, is like, if anyone is mad at him, he's just like, ha ha ha, I just like, I just really offended these guys. These guys just can't deal with the realness. That's all it is. They can't deal with it. They're so offended. All these woke leftists and rah, rah, rah. Is there any way to see the original, or is it Lost Media? I think it's Lost Media. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, it's good fun stuff. We got an Ethan update. I don't know if this is new stuff or.
Those are all the good ones.
They
put them in these
gotta watch
big.
the cow ones. Yeah, that's.
They put them in.
Whoa! I gotta refresh this. Hang on, chat. Producer Dan, we could be doing random fun things every day, Ethan. Ethan Klein says, "Who's stopping us?" And the entire H3 crew says, "You." The crew are getting tired of this shit, chat.
They put them in these
gotta watch
big.
the cow ones. Yeah, that's.
They put them in these big rigs where they just bring them up.
Apparently, Rhett and Link did it. So if Rhett and Link did
They
it.
did horse trimming?
Mm-hmm.
No, they did not.
That's what the whole chat's saying.
You have to be fucking kidding me.
Rhett and Link did it in the studio. In the studio. They got a horse
Send
to
me
the
that.
studio.
Send me that. I don't believe it.
Well,
what's
I'm not sure why.
Assholes.
Why?
No, they have great ideas for content.
Yeah.
That's why
they're the goats. We could be doing that every day, Ethan. We could be doing it every day.
It's true.
Who's stopping us?
You.
How?
Because you didn't. I said.
So you guys. Anyway, Dan, don't. Please, this is. You can see his foot here still kind of fucked.
Did you see what just fucking happened? I don't know if that shit's actually in the fucking, podcast. My man just, silenced his staff member. This person who works for him. He was like, shut up, bro. And he's like, Dan, don't. Dan, don't. Don't start this shit. I gotta keep shitting on Hassan. I gotta keep shitting on Denims. Any woman, Frogan, any woman who's not white, I gotta keep doing it. I just have to do it. I have to do it. Rhett and Ling are assholes because they did the content you wanted to, and then you mute the guy for saying we could have done that. Yeah, nah. Ethan Klein, he's just gone so wrong. He was always wrong. And then he got a bit good, and then he went terribly wrong again. And it's like, oh man, this guy is just so unwell. Please get help. Please log off. Holy shit. The Zionism brainworms is so strong. Anyway, what else do we got? I don't think I got time to cover the Elon Musk and Doge shit, but I'm sure you all know what's going on there. They had the big breakout from Doge. Elon Musk is like, nah, I hate the big beautiful bill. I'm getting off. See you, bro. And that's that. Maybe we'll talk about that next week a bit. Maybe we'll talk about it on Red Planet. Oh no, there's no Red Planet this week. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, some funny stuff from a guy that you probably don't know, but you know what his politics are immediately. This is Phil Labonte. Phil That Remains. He's in a band called All That Remains. I don't think I've ever heard any of their tunes, but I know they're bad based on this video alone. Content warning for guns, I guess.
Fight!
What do you mean, fight? What does he mean, fight? And what does he mean, like, train? What is he training for exactly here with this gun? What is he looking for now? What is this video? What's the context of this? It looks like he needs to train to remember to not have like a man bag on. Peak masculinity. You may not like it, chat, but this is the ideal male form. Oh, you put a loaded gun in it. Bro, I always like, look, I'm a Brit. I don't know anything about guns or anything like that, but one thing I do know is that, like, if you are putting a loaded gun, I don't know if you put the safety on, but he put that, like, right near his cock. So he's LARPing here, right? He starts off, like, really close to this target. Like, what is going on? You know, even with the safety on, it's not a good idea. Exactly. Just holster it. He doesn't have a holster, apparently. Do not put the gun in your pants, man. Like, what is going on? Like, he's training for, like, a situation where there's going to be a guy that he really doesn't like, and he's dangerous enough to shoot him. So you shoot him really close, and then you back off and shoot him loads, and then you shoot him once again. What scenario is this supposed to... You know? What scenario is this supposed to portray? He doesn't put the safety on, does he? Oh my god. Oh, you can see it, and it's like it goes in and there's like a bit of... I guess there's like a holster in there? He's got a holster. Yeah, he has. He's got a holster in his dick. He's looking like enough terrified. Well, it's probably the adrenaline. Even when you like shoot a gun, you get adrenaline going, right? He's like, get outside and train. Training for the cardboard guys who stand still uprising. Yeah, it's good. No, it's crazy, Naptaker. We sell crotch holsters in the US. The worst idea. Is it the worst idea? Or is it Darwinism? Hell yeah. Is it natural selection? Hell yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. We got one more kind of like depressing shit going on here. One kind of like depressing piece of shit going on. And then we'll get on with the fun stuff. Yeah. I know we've seen a bit of fun stuff already, but like we got this final thing. I saw this from a Nancy. They quote tweeted this person saying, "Scratch a liberal." This person is saying he signed up for this and seems to have accepted his fate. This is war. There's nothing abnormal about it. What this person is talking about is footage that's come out of a Russian soldier remaining motionless, resigned to his fate as a Ukrainian FPV kamikaze drone circles overhead, scanning for the perfect angle to strike. This is like depressing content. My man is like, I am gonna die. I'm about to die. This sucks. I know that there's no way to surrender because this war is fucked. He doesn't actually get like killed here, does he? I definitely can't like show that. Maybe he does. I don't know, because it just goes to static afterwards. But like, yeah, this is it. And this fucking heartless, callous piece of shit, he signed up for this and seems to have accepted his fate. Look, man, I know what Russia's doing is vile. I know it is. I know that they're killing civilians and stuff. You know, but you gotta keep your humanity, man. You gotta keep your fucking humanity. What about conscription, man? What about being forced to do this? That is something that fucking happens in war. Yeah, not the fucking military anime profile pic. Like, yeah, what if you got conscripted into a war, you fucking sweaty fucking loser? You know? Like, come on, man. Like, have some fucking humanity, for God's sake. Literally, no war but class war. That's the real shit. That's the real shit. Anyway, we got another person who's making stuff up to get mad at. Literally every movie nowadays, woke mobsters. Let's see what's going on here.
Hey, look at me, pal, huh? You like that? I like that. Yeah, you should have paid your debts, pal. Joey, whack him.
Whoa, hey, what'd I say? We don't know his pronouns.
Yeah, we don't know how he chooses to identify. You're right. Excuse me. What do you go by?
He, him. But I appreciate you guys asking me.
No problem. Hey, and don't worry. Once you're gone, we'll send some flowers to your wife.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Husband.
Huh?
I'm gay. I've been married to a man for the last 5 years.
Oh, hey! That's beautiful. Congratulations.
Love is love.
You know, I don't care who you sleep with, a man, a woman, or in your case, the fishes.
Whoa, 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 wait!
All right, I'm being kind of hungry. You boys want to get some food? I could go for some sushi. Hey, cultural appropriation. Let's keep it Italian.
How about some mozzarella, huh?
I could do some mozzarella, but is it gluten-free? I called a restaurant and informed them
Is mozzarella gluten-free?
of your allergy. I love you guys. I love you guys too. All right, let's go.
Right. This isn't... Right, okay. There's a couple of things going on here, chat. Right? This person here, Ryan FGBLGB, right? Bitch, it's cheese. Exactly, bitch, it's cheese. It's literally cheese. It's just cheese. Right. This person is like, this is literally every movie nowadays. For all we know, this could be like that on its own. Could have been like a funny little like joke by some people who are actually like, you know, they're not like reactionaries. They're just going like, this is the woke mob. Like, it's a joke. It's the woke mob, right? And maybe they're not reactionaries or whatever. Maybe they're like, I pulled a laugh from the ether into me. I mean, it's about the context, right? If like a quote unquote woke person, if like someone like us made the movie being like, yo, they talk about the woke mob, but they never seen the woke mob, and like that's the bit, right? That's kind of funny, but you know, if it's actually made by a reactionary, then it's just like not. But anyway, you know, this guy is like, this is literally every movie nowadays. Name one. Name one. What are you talking about? Name one movie like that. What are you on about? What are you on about? What are you talking about? Scrubbalo Jones. There are no movies like this. He's made it up. And in the last kind of like stressful bit of content that we're going to see today, let's check this out. I just need to like make sure that I actually know what I'm talking about here. I forgot to Google this guy before. Oh yeah, no it is this. Yeah. So who remembers Daddy of Five? Because Daddy of Five is an Instagram rapper now. I don't know if you know that. But it's time to learn, chat. It's time to learn what an abusive dad raps about on TikTok. On Instagram, sorry. Are you ready?
Facing devastation. It doesn't matter which way that I'm facing. Now I'm stuck in this category that I'm placed in. Hating so much that I'm levitating and waiting for a miracle. But I'm cynical, so I turn to the biblical. But I'm a criminal, so it's difficult. my mind becomes mythical. I've lost my principles. Doesn't matter what's digital, it returns in the physical. But these allegations hurt my admiration, so I walk away.
Why does like every like abusive white skinhead guy just try to like be Eminem, but really badly? Why do they do that?
Away from the situation, but it follows. Inside I'm hollow, an empty shell.
This is like that bit. What that bit? It's genuinely. I can't remember. Is this it? Yeah, the Chris D'Elia Eminem impression. Is it this one? I know this guy's like a scumbag, but you know what I'm saying.
Of course I'm on torrent. I'm driving a Porsche over the floorboards, over the 4 points, while you're in a Ford Taurus, getting an abortion and a divorce at the same time to hear us affording. Look what I'm planning. I'm planning to do all this while you're panicking, and you're looking and staring at mannequins, and I'm going to fannikins trying to get up a plannikins.
It's just this. It's just that. He's just doing that.
With no hope for tomorrow. Full of depression. From my lesson, I'm stressing and guessing if I need to turn to the Swiss and Wesson. Just want to disappear from the hemisphere. Nothing's clear. Filled with fear. I just want to get out of here. Examination after examination.
Oh man, that's fucking great. I didn't know that was gonna be so good. I thought it was gonna be bad, as in like it was gonna be like not funny in any way and actually just loads of cringe. But that is so good. What is the acting going on here? I know he's desperately trying to rehabilitate his image, desperately trying to you know, God. Michael Christopher Martin. This guy's 42 years old, by the way. Yeah, rap is supposed to have a beat and a flow to that beat, which you can, there's a lot of variations that you can do in the kind of flow that you have. You can do it a little different, but, it's not really, it's not really good. Yeah, this guy was just like, I want to make the least enjoyable music possible. Absolutely. Chat, I'm gonna just real quick go to the toilet. I'll be back in a little while. Yeah, it won't be too long. Don't forget, I've been streaming for about 4 hours. It would be cool to get some more donos. I've had a bunch of donos already today, but like, if anyone else has come in new and don't know, it would be cool to get a bit of support. I'm struggling at the moment with my finances. I'm unemployed, as it says in the ticker at the top. And please feel free to become a Patreon or donate to my PayPal using the sub off Twitch command in the chat, or feel free to sub on Twitch. It's up to you. Beggars can't really be choosers at the moment. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be back. And when we get back, chat, you know what we're watching? That's right. It's me, Robert Stack. Back from the dead. Is he dead? I don't know if he's dead. I'll be back in a tick. Yo. All right. It's time. It is time. Who's Rex Kramer? Is that someone that Robert Stack used to do a character of? I don't know. I actually don't really know anything about Robert Stack other than he used to do the Unsolved Mysteries, which is what we're going to watch now. Chat, I've already watched this episode, so maybe we'll watch like 2 episodes. Oh, he's in Airplane, isn't he? That's right, Rex Kramer. Fuck, I forgot about that. Oh my god, you're right. Shit. Yeah, that's funny as hell. Anyway, I watched this episode last night, so I know what happens. But we're going to watch it together now. And, you know, you're gonna give me your opinion on what happened here. I already know what happened. I already got my opinions on what's going on. But let's have a little look. See what chat thinks of this. I know we got the be right back still on the screen. We got rid of that. There you go. Alrighty then. It's time, chat, for Unsolved. Wait, what did he do? What did he do? I don't know the question. I don't know the answer, by the way. These are all mysteries. That's the bit of the show. They're all mysteries. There's no answers. So I don't know the real reason why that guy fled his family, but I'm speculating that it was any of the things that we've mentioned in the chat. It was abuse, or he was queer, or whatever, or a mixture of both, or something else. I don't know. To be honest, at that point in time, he could have even fallen in love with a black person. You know, we don't know. That kind of shit was just like not. White people were just racist as fuck. You know? Me when I die to something I can't work out in a video game. No, this is a great meme. This is a great meme, like, image. This is like, you could post this and say something like, wait.
Bathtub full of water, a phone off the hook, and his wife missing.
Right. Okay. So, here's the meme chat, yeah? Zionists, when you say, why are so many children dying in Palestine? That's what they say, innit? Unexplained. Well, no, they always have an explanation, but whatever. 15 minutes is with DJ Muel Unsolved Mysteries episodes. Aliens haven't been mentioned. We'll put it out there. Listen. It could be aliens. It could be. It always could be aliens or ghost. That's just it, right? What was her name? What was that lady's name? Paul Renfro was the guy's name. Was it Paul Renfro? I can't remember. Yeah, I want it. That's what I'm doing, Soccer. Aileen, that's right. Yeah. Is it Aileen Renfro? Aileen Renfro. Unsolved. Oh, Aileen Conway. No, not been solved. That's crazy. That's crazy. They never figured it out. I believed Aileen attempted to make a phone call, possibly to the police department, and it was interrupted. Yeah, see, that's the problem with them old non-digital phones. They don't make a register of what they tried to, what the person tried to dial. Oh, that's so sad. Walter H. Birkby. Right. One thing. Sorry, I keep sniffing. Right. One thing that I've noticed, yeah, about these, like, unsolved mysteries, mystery UFO stuff, right, is that the names of some of the people involved in this stuff is mental. When it gets to UFO stuff, it's like they've just made these names up as a joke, right? This is sort of like on the edge of it. This is like getting to the border of that kind of stuff. This is like, right, Dr. Walter H. Birkby, right? It's just like a funny name. It's like, what if Walter White was cursed, stretched a bit and cursed, like Walter Birkby? Yeah, it's just a funny name to say. But when we check out some of the fucking like a H.P. Lovecraft character, when we get to the UFO stuff, you will be like, what is going on? Who are these people? Where have they got these names from? And I don't just mean that these are like, you know, names in a different language or non-white names, whatever. I'm not saying that. It's absolutely not that. It's that these names are real phenomena, right? This is like a real phenomena. And it's like, women are dead smart because they're like in danger all the time in general. Right? But men, particularly white men, let's face it, white, straight, cis men are just like, yeah, dudes rock. It's time to like jump off a cliff with no bungee rope. Like all my fucking friends did it when we were I don't know why I'm different. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just built differently. But, like, I mean, I have enjoyed, like, some kind of, like, extreme stuff in the past. Like, you know, I guess, like, Thai boxing and that kind of stuff. But, you know, like, I've always been pretty, like, safety first kind of thing. I've never understood it. I went to Wales with my friends and we were all drunk. And, you know, this is back when I didn't know I was queer and I was hanging out with, like, cis-het guys. And they all like jumped off this cliff into the sea. And I was like, that's so dangerous. I'm not doing that. You don't know what's down there. You don't know, like, it's really high up. Like, you might get the jump wrong and you might hit the cliff on the way down. Like, this is so dangerous. And they all did it. And, you know, they were calling me the F word and all that stuff for not doing it. And, you know, I guess they were right, but, like, not for the reasons they thought. You know, yo, it's just terrifying. It's like, what if there's like a rock or like a pole stuck up like that? You fucking impale yourself. What are you thinking? You know, even landing on the water from that altitude can, like, you know, knock you out and shit. You know what I mean? They just weren't thinking about it. And then they called up to me. They were like, we're going to swim over there. And they were pointing across the bay. And I was like, you are swimming in the ocean across a bay, right? Famous for like having like rapid tide changes and you know, and they fucking like started swimming across the you know, the fucking the bay, and then they just ended up like struggling, and then they got to the end on the other side, and I was like, fucking, I'm so glad that yous are like, okay. I started walking over once I saw that they were like nearly there. I started walking over to the other side of the bay. I was like, damn, they made it. I guess I don't have to call the Coast Guard. You know, then they were like, oh yeah, we really started struggling when we were halfway. And like, I looked back at like Jack and I was like, shit, this is really hard. And I'm like, oh my God, I fucking told you. I literally told you. Crazy. Overthinking is a survival mechanism fostered through abuse, in my opinion. I mean, that would explain it for me for sure. 1,000%. I guess that's why, because I'd been in like 2 horrific, you know, abusive scenarios. 3 technically. You know. My brother does those sorts of things. Cliff jumping, bouldering with no protective equipment. Mental. Thinking back to my stint where I did a bunch of Viking ship sailing, tourist lake trips in Roskilde Ford, I do think it was mostly men moaning about life vests. Yeah, defo. The most I did in the before times was have a zip line at a Go Ape course at most 50 meters high up among trees and harness attached the whole time. Yeah. Men just don't have that like level of danger in everyday waking life, so they like seek it out, you know. But even that, oh, what did I have? I had like,
not only was this a 32
the first TV I ever had, it was my mum's old one. My mum got like a new one for her room, and I think I was like 8 or something, and I was like, I would really like to have a TV to play video games on in my room, and she was like, okay, you can have my old one, and it was called like a Ferguson or something. Hang on a minute, Ferguson. If I can find this, that's gonna fucking make me laugh. Ferguson CRT TV. 1980, is that when they were made? 1990s. Oh god, it wasn't that old. It was like a little-ish one. Oh, is it that one? No. That one? No, some of these are too old. I didn't know they made them in the 80s. I guess they did. Oh, it could be that one. Let me have a closer look at this. It could be that one. I don't know. It was like a box like this. That's what I remember. It was like just a box. A Philips one with the speakers on the sides, a built-in video player that broke about a month into our family having the thing. Yeah, it's crazy. Encased in wood and almost the size of a dresser. Mental. Built-in handles because it was thick. Yeah. I remember the handles. Remember the thick handles. I'm gonna keep looking at this. Oh, now here it is, chat. Yeah, here it is. Now, you know, there's a lot of stuff that's been said at this time. In the documentary, there's a lot of, you know, suspicious things going on, and to me, yeah, from everything that we've heard, it only points to one possible outcome, and I knew it as soon as this person came up on the screen. I went, obviously, yeah, obviously, like, look, that is just the same person, yeah. Come on, man. Come on. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. They think they're so much smarter than us, chat, but they're not. They're not, right? If he's innocent and he's just like, I don't know, maybe he just like really didn't like his wife, and maybe through some crazy like coincidence, it wasn't him that did it. Someone just like turned up and killed his wife after she got on the train or whatever. The way that he's being about it is like, this is bad enough, man. You're just like a bad person. He's like, maybe she got in with the wrong person. Like, you know, literally, like, there were problems with the house. There are problems with the house. I need you to come home. Shut up, man. This woman who is like her close friend, yeah. She was speaking to her during like the abuse and stuff. Check. I like how Muel said he wouldn't say anything. Hang on. I like how Muel said he'd not say anything until after the bit was through, and here he is. Listen. Listen.
I have many dreams.
Listen. I'm being serious. Right? I know this sounds silly, but there are many examples, many cases. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying that ghosts are real or anything or whatever, but there is lots of reported examples of people having dreams about people who have died, and I know it could just be a coincidence. And if you were a ghost and you were like, my husband killed me, I would be showing up in my friend's dreams every day. I would be like, yo, this motherfucker. It's pronounced similar to Milady, Medjool. I'm a date. I'm a date now. This seems like a solved mystery. Yeah, it's solved. You could go to the website. and like put information on there. I bet they got so many trolls. Right, okay, the next one that we're gonna watch. Wait, what are these comments? I just saw a comment that says, I know it sounds crazy. This is gonna be fucking crazy. I thought this was gonna be something about like the I thought this was gonna be something about one of the mysteries. It says, I may sound a bit crazy, but I think Unsolved Mysteries is perhaps the greatest show of all time. It was pretty clear it was not a high-budget production, yet there were episodes that scared me more than any high-budget horror film. It was so well written when narrated by Robert Stack. The fact the stories are real also adds to the allure of the show, and to think that cold cases were actually solved because of a show that people watch for entertainment, Murderers Caught, Lost Siblings Reunited, is amazing. Whoever created this show should get a Nobel Prize. That's not how the Nobel Prize works, man. It's not how that. This was 3 years ago. This person is like contemporarily like this. Right. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, early true crime stuff. Right. The next one I want to show you is the alien abduction special. Right. Let's see if I can find this. I'm sure if I just go to like videos, I'll see like the one, because I mean, they got hundreds of episodes. They've uploaded all of the episodes on here. It's mad. Is that Steven Crowder? Steven Crowder in that one? The alien abduction special is cool, but like the names in it are so funny. The names in it are just so funny. You just like have to wait, is it this one?
It was one day in the remote witness.
Yeah.
Type hieroglyphs, but
Yeah, it's this one. Oh, yeah, chat. There won't be any obvious men behind any of those disappearances. Unfortunately not, right? Unfortunately not. But this one is just funny because of the names. Do you remember I was saying the names? Kind of forgot about the song. It's a huge part of the vibe. Yeah, like, to be clear, there's definitely some very compelling evidence that says that there have been some alien abduction testimonies that are like really like, if we're talking evidentially, and like, you know, cross-examining people and stuff like that, it's like, damn, this like actually could have happened. We can't really like, here's the thing though, like, if we're going to be scientists about it, yeah, and we should be scientists about this stuff, right? We know that there's UFOs because we've seen all this footage come out of like the Navy, and you know, even though people say like, oh, people will be catching UFOs all the time on their phone, and it's like, well, they do, that happens all the time. There's a lot of like really interesting evidence to support that as well. UFOs, aerial phenomena, it's real, but we can't just say that they're aliens. We can't just be like, they are aliens, because we don't know. It could be anything. It could just be like phenomena that we don't understand, you know, just like it's not supernatural. If something is happening and we can see it and it's like, you know, that's there, I can see that, it's real, it's filmed, there it is, it's not been tampered with, we don't know what this is, right? You can't just be like, it's from another planet. It's like, well, no, it's more likely that it's from this planet, right? It's far more likely that it's from this planet than another planet. It could be from another planet. We don't know. But that's the thing. We can't make assumptions. We have to go off what we're being, like, you know, told. Humans traveling for the future. It could be anything. It's just stuff that we don't understand, right?
Where I was.
Just stuff we don't know what it is.
To my left.
So again, like, you know, the sleep paralysis thing. Husker says, pretty interested to people who believe they've been abducted. Forgive me for not being a believer, but as someone with frequent sleep paralysis hallucinations, I get it. Yeah, and like sleep paralysis is like a really interesting phenomenon as well. Like, it happens to so many people in so many parts of the world, and even before it was like a thing that people were aware of in popular culture, people described like the same thing happening, and it's like, damn, this is like fucking mental. This is mental stuff. But all of them have like slight deviations and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy. Yeah. Why? And I think it's like, that would serve it if that second thing was true, yeah? If that second thing was true, wouldn't it be really in their favor if everyone was like, nah, UFOs are just swamp gas, man? Think about it. Think about it. Yeah? Right, sorry, let me read this chat message as well. Husker says, the only reason I don't believe in alien abductions is it seemed reasonable to me if you have a species capable of interstellar travel, which I think mathematically must exist, they'd have better things to do than fuck with our backward-ass species. I mean, you say that, but, like, you know, if you came across, like, we do that all the time with animals. Think about animals, right? I literally, like, did a UFO abduction on a ladybird larva the other day. I have in my house strawberry plants, right? And they've got tons of aphids on them because it's the season for them to flower, and the aphids love like the flowers, the stems of the flowers, the fruit, and all that stuff. Yeah. The best thing to get rid of aphids, like the most like organic thing to get rid of aphids, is to introduce a ladybird larva into the mix, basically, because they eat aphids like vociferously, and you're not really doing anything cringe or horrible. It's like the ladybird larva is going to eat that amount of aphids anyway in its life to develop into a ladybird. So I literally did that. I could have been a UFO to that thing. You know, I literally had like a tube came out of the air. Think about it. A tube came out of the air and just went, whoa, and got it. And then I put it in like a bag into the sky for that thing. And then I went all the way, like miles away, which so that thing could be light years. And, you know, and then all of a sudden it's on like a strawberry plant in like a weird synthetic environment. My house, right? And it's got loads of aphids. That could easily be like an alien abduction. Or you could have just saved the aphids. Why would I do that when they're eating my strawberry plants? Why would I do that? Why would I ever do that? Anyway, hi Zach. It's good to see you. Everyone go follow Zach out. Zach believes in aliens, don't you? I don't know this, by the way. I'm just talking rubbish.
At the same time.
So, you know, here's the thing. Like, they easily could do shit like that. Think about it. Counterpoint. How could humans possibly be useful if... well, maybe we're not useful. Maybe they're just interested in us, you know? That suggests the aliens think of us as animals rather than people. Yeah, well, they could do. They could, couldn't they? They could. I believe in drug research. Yeah, Zach's all about DMT, the spirit molecule. Here's another thing anyway. Again, do you remember what I said? Do you remember what I said earlier? Here's another thing, chat, right? Why do they have to be from another planet? What if they're not from another planet? What if they're just not? What if it's something completely different? What if it is some kind of bizarre entity that can shift in between dimensions and just fucks with us because it can, because it thinks it's funny? Of storage or whatever. I don't know. It was somewhere, you know, in my gaff that was just like, you know, hard to find, but I found it. And I don't know if anyone's ever seen the Vine Source commercial chaos streams, but I was watching one of his streams when I was feeling like proper burnt out like a month or two ago. And there was an advert on there. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find this advert. This is another like 90s thing. What is it, from Time Magazine? I can't remember who published this. I'll show it you in a second. Because it was just wild. Oh yeah, Time Life Books. God, do you remember that shit, chat? Time Life Books. 90s ad. Is it this one?
Chicago. The man is...
No, it's not that one.
How would you explain it?
Yeah, it's this one. Check this out, right? So this, I'm just watching Vine Source Vinny streaming commercials, and then this one comes on, and I get like an immediate like, oh my god, like I wasn't like, I was in 1989, I wasn't born yet. I was born at the end of 1989. Do you know what I mean? But I remember this advert playing,
A woman in Wisconsin,
and I'm like, is this
terrifying
something that I remember from like being a baby or something?
feeling that her daughter has just been in an accident. She makes a desperate phone call and learns her feeling was true. And how can people around the world describe a being from space and have their descriptions match almost exactly? Maybe no one can fully explain these things, but they can no longer be ignored. That's why Time Life presents this new series.
Time Life!
A serious look at what may lie beyond ordinary reality.
Mystic places.
Explain this.
Yeah?
4 men enter a shadowy ring of trees. One is grabbed by an unseen force and held suspended in the air. There are so many hints of a world more remarkable than we ever imagined. Examine your first volume and see if...
I got it right here. I got Mystical Places. And I can't remember how I got this. I can't remember how I got this at all. I can't remember how I got it, but unfortunately, I got really excited because I was like, oh yeah, I hope that I hope there's some like alien shit in here because I love that stuff. But there just isn't, and a lot of it is just about like Atlantis. And I'm reading this like Atlantis shit, and I'm like, oh man, you know, like it's just like, oh, it was like that. You know, Atlantis mythology is about a supreme magical races, and Nazis literally had submarines to look for it and shit. Rare Earth has a video called "Is an Ancient Civilization Sunk Below the Azures" that goes into it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's just crazy. They could have just been talking about like, what's its face? Because Plato wrote about it or whatever. It's in this book. I'm not gonna read it because I can't be bothered. But what is the they were like, what's happened is you've just found the world. Oh, I can't remember. South America. You've just found South America. Like, people have just sailed to South America by mistake, and they've gone, oh damn, like, look, they got these like mad temples and shit, and then like they're saying that it disappeared because they just don't know how to find it again. Essentially, do you know what I mean? And it's just like, yeah, there you go. But yeah, I'm not like mad into Atlantis. It's like I'm interested in things that I sort of like have experienced. I can link for later. Yeah, I probably won't watch it on stream, but I'll definitely watch it in my free time. I don't want to like, I don't know. I feel like I'm already like pushing chat to the limit of like what they can handle. Oh shit! How does my chat not recognize you as a regular? Sorry, Zach. You know, not great evidence. It's all like dramatized stuff. You know, this guy is saying that he's a witness and he spoke to this guy, and it's like, okay, you know, spoke to this nurse that he knew, and he had this experience, and you know, he saw some stuff, and it's like, all right, well, we can only really go off what he's saying, and it can't be corroborated. We can't speak to this nurse, she's dead. And it's like, yeah, I have seen some testimony from like US Army officials at like who were like gonna die, and they were like, yeah, listen, the Roswell thing, like, we covered it up, it definitely happened, it's fucked, we're researching alien technology. But that's the thing, by that point everyone's like, nah, it's just a lie. And I think actually it's really easy to a lot of people are like, oh well, wouldn't it be great if aliens existed? And I'm like, not really. You know, I think that that's like, it's always been like quite a funny thing to me. It's like, you just want ghosts to exist, or you just want aliens to exist. And it's like, really, nah. Like, if I'm being honest, like, really, nah. I would prefer if that shit didn't exist. I'm being honest. Like, I don't want to like die, and then there's something that can happen when you die where you get it wrong, or like, you know, I don't know, we've fucked up how to do burial properly in like, you know, post-colonization world where we don't know any of the proper rituals or anything to make sure that your spirit passes on properly or whatever, and then you're just stuck as a ghost forever. I don't want that. I think that's well scary for forever. You know, forever ever. I don't want that. That's well scary. You know, the concept of nothingness is also scary, but it's less scary because you won't experience anything. It'll just be gone, right? Same with aliens. It's like, you know, the you know, when I saw a UFO, I genuinely like had what I believe is like a traumatic response to it, because immediately after it happened, I was like, I am not doing this at all. I'm not doing it. I'm not thinking about it. It didn't happen. I'm not even going to discuss it, even with the guy that I just saw it happen with. You know? Crazy. Who you were before you were born, I tend to think you'll be that again. So you believe in reincarnation. I mean, you know, there's arguments to say that that's true as well. I don't know. Ghosts from a previous universe? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what it is? You know, this is the thing. This is what I mean.
Like that. And then one of the officers...
Not long after the year of the Roswell crash, the US Army started using experimental weather balloons to spy on other countries. Muddying the waters with aliens helps cover up a failed surveillance experiment. That's true, but then you've also got to remember that... you'll revert to non-consciousness. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, possibly. But that's far less scary than ghosts and aliens being real, for sure. It is very, very likely that it was a cover-up for a failed surveillance experiment, but also there's a lot of interesting UFO stories, like the Washington, D.C. UFO stories, where basically like UFOs were like hanging out over the White House and shit like that, and we're literally just like, yeah, man, we do want to speak to this guy, to Eisenhower and shit like that, and they had to like brief Eisenhower, and there's like papers corroborating that and stuff like that. The Roswell thing could be a myth, it could be a hoax or whatever, a cover-up for surveillance projects. Absolutely willing to believe that, but it's the other stuff that happened around the same time that's crazy. Nuclear test sites getting shut down by UFOs, and none of that was like put forward at the time. They didn't talk about that at the time at all. Because, you know, if the Soviets got wind that, like, there was some kind of external force that was shutting down, you know, what are they called? ISBN rockets? What is that? What is that? It's not ISBN, that's the book number on, like, our book. ICBMs, that's it. Yeah, the UFOs shutting down the ICBMs. There's no way that they would have like told the fucking the public that was going on. But then later, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, there were people who were talking about that shit. They were like, yeah, man, we were there, and this fucking like commanding officer's just like getting this call and being like, yeah, there's a UFO outside. And he's like, all right, okay, well, let me know if anything changes. He just wasn't bothered. He's like, yeah, these guys are drunk or whatever. And then they were like, no, it's right outside the gate. And then they were like, yeah, all the missiles got shut off. And we couldn't do anything. And it's like, yeah, there's no way. That I was talking about before, Stephen Gray, yeah? He is probably not an ideological communist. But through the things that he is like, he said that he was involved with the US Air Force or whatever and stuff like that, yeah? He comes to the conclusion that aliens are trying to tell us, based on like things that he says he's seen and communicated with aliens, and stuff about the way that the US Air Force is trying to hide the fact that it has alien technology, according to him. He's saying that it's holding back humanity, and it's all because he calls them industrialist fascists. He doesn't use the word capitalist because I don't think he gets quite what he's saying. Because he's someone who's obviously worked in the military for years and years and years. He's got the American idiot brainwashing, and you know, he if he said anything like that, he would be like, well, I can't be a communist. But he's come to these like materially communist ideas about people like Elon Musk. In one of the documentaries he's in, he mentions Elon Musk, and I'm like, oh, fucking hell, here we go. But then he like slates him. He's like, yeah, you know, the Musk Tesla, you know, everyone praises it for being good, but it's still plugged into fossil fuels. And I was like, banger. Like, this guy is a communist, and if you're watching him and you agree with him, you know, you're a communist, and that's the end of it, right? No worries, Prince. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I've been streaming for ages. Enjoy your dinner and enjoy your weekend. On exactly the point you just made on Harnessing Myth, I have a link you're going to love. Too late to watch it tonight. Something you'll enjoy if you watch it on your own about Trump and pro wrestling. Yeah. We could watch it. We could watch it another time.
Behind me. I turned over my
Chuck rack. I just got distracted by some like breaking news. I guess we've only got like a tiny bit left of this. But apparently there's like another legal action against the EHRC in the UK about the anti-trans stuff. There's now like 4 different organizations coming at them with lawsuits. 4 cases involving 7 claimants against the EHRC. No, this is positive. This is positive stuff. Yeah. So hopefully they get fucking done, because, you know, trans people are fucking terrified in the UK at the moment, and it is just like a nightmare. No, but like, this was the other thing that I saw, and like, it's funny because, you know, I knew about this, chat. All right, just brace yourselves. I know we're in the like sort of silly section of the stream, but like, I went onto Blue Sky and I just saw this fucking thing come up, and it was like, oh man, I gotta mention this. Let me just follow Josie. Oh no, I can't. She's blocking me. All right, fair enough. I always knew that Radiohead were dickheads who always made apologies for performing in Israel under like the shit guise of Everybody Deserves Art. And obviously were like completely, you know, either unaware or didn't care about the fact that the people they were providing art and music to were, you know, settler colonialists, right? But apparently Tom York has actually made a statement today. For those who need to know, let me fill in the blanks. Some guy shouting at me from the dark last year when I was picking up a guitar to sing the final song alone in front of 9,000 people in Melbourne didn't really seem like the best moment to discuss the unfolding humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Afterwards, I remained in shock that my supposed silence was somehow being taken as complicity. You've not been silent. Already lying. My supposed silence. It's not that you've been silent, bro. It's that you've said stuff about this in the past. Somehow being taken as complicity, and I struggle to find an adequate way to respond to this and carry on with the rest of the shows on tour. That silence, my attempt to show respect for all those who are suffering and those who have died, and not to trivialize it in a few words, has allowed other opportunistic groups to use intimidation and defamation to fill in the blanks. Oh my God, why are you making this about you? This has had a heavy toll on my mental health. Oh my God, I don't care. Oh my God, this is so bad. This is already so bad. I would hope that for anyone who has ever listened to a note of the music of my band or the music I've created over the years or looked at the artwork I've read or the lyrics, it would be self-evident that I could not possibly support any form of extremism or dehumanization of others. All I see in a lifetime's worth of work with my fellow musicians and artists is pushing against such things, trying to create work that goes beyond what it means to be controlled, coerced, threatened to suffer, to be intimidated, and instead encourage critical thinking beyond borders, the commonality of love and experience, free expression. Sounds naff but true. No, bro. This is just like not it. Let me fill in the blanks. I think Netanyahu and his crew of extremists are totally out of control and need to be stopped, and the international community has put all the pressure on them to cease. The excuse of self-defense has long since worn thin, has been replaced by transparent desire to take control of Gaza and the West Bank permanently. I believe this ultra-nationalist administration has hidden itself behind a terrified and grieving people who use them to deflect any criticism, using that fear and grief to further their ultra-nationalist agenda, with terrible consequences, as we see now with the horrific blockade of Gaza. I love that, like... I love that, like, it's like he just won't say fascist. It's just like, yeah, ultra-nationalist. Oh, come on, man. While our lives tick along as normal, these endless thousands of innocent human souls are still being expelled from the earth for what? At the same time, the unquestioning Free Palestine refrain that surrounds us all does not answer the simple question of why the hostages... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This fucking loser... I can't believe. You know, there's some bands that I used to love as a kid, right? Marilyn Manson, Radiohead. I adored them. Chat. I can't begin to tell you. Yeah? I fucking loved Radiohead. I loved Marilyn Manson. You know. And I'm not saying that Tom York is a, you know, a rapist, pedophile like fucking Marilyn Manson. But, you know, there comes to a point where you have been asked about your opinion on a thing. You've been asked to use your platform to denounce a thing. And immediately, you know, in the, like, what are we on? Page 4 of like an 8-page thing. In like the 7th paragraph, mini paragraph, they're not even like normal size paragraphs. It's like, why have the hostages not been returned? I don't know, dude, get your head out your ass. Why did Hamas choose the truly horrific acts of October the 7th? Well, A, they didn't, but B, even if they did, these are a fucking like oppressed, colonized Warsaw ghetto people. Come on, man. Hamas chooses too to hide behind the suffering of its people in an equally cynical fashion for their own purposes. Bro, fuck off. I also think there's a further and extremely important point to make. Social media... nah. He's not going this way. This is like when I saw the UFO. My brain is like, you can't watch this. You can't look at this, dude. Don't look at it. It's not real. I also think there's a further and extremely important point to make. Social media witch hunts, nothing new. On either side, pressuring artists and whoever they feel like that week to make statements, etc. do very little except heighten the tension, fear and oversimplification of what are complex problems that merit... Oh my God, I can't believe this. Complex problems that merit proper face-to-face debate by people who genuinely wish the killing to stop and an understanding to be found. We've done all that. We've been doing all that. We've been doing all that, dude. We've been doing all that for such a long time. For not even just like 19 months, but like even before. People pressured Radiohead about their complicity with performing in Israel in 2010. Yeah, at least we still got Massive Attack and Kneecap and all that stuff. I know. But it's just like so disappointing. So disappointing. Like, you know, like he is doing the Israel thing. Like, how much did Israel get to Radiohead back in the day? Like, what's going on? Like, how much did they get to fucking Tom York? Every single, like, artist who is, like, you know, signed... There's been tons, there've been thousands of artists who've denounced this shit. Very, very simply, they've looked at it, they've gone, yeah, listen, Annie Lennox, even she does the, we need the hostages to be returned stuff, but even she's better than this. Like, this is not just, you know, liberal Zionist crap. you know, where it's like, oh, you know, Israel and Palestine need to exist in, you know, they need to be nice to each other. It's like, no. One side is a fucking aggressor, man. Come on. This isn't just that. This is like he's making himself out to be a victim. Bro, you've got millions of pounds. You've got a nice, comfortable life. You've got all the time in the world to, like, research this shit, have a look at it, come to the right conclusion, and you're just out here being like, you know, deliberate polarization. It doesn't serve our fellow human beings and perpetuates a constant us and them mentality. No, it doesn't, bro. What are you talking about? You're talking about one side, yeah? Y'all made me look up Henry Rollins, and he's at least as bad on Palestinian liberation than York? Oh, you are kidding. Great. That's great. At this point, I got to hold every artist at a state of quantum uncertainty when it comes to their ideology and behavior, so generally trying to temper any expectations. Used to respect the actor Eddie Marston too. Oh no, he's insane. He's completely fucked. Not sure if Corbyn was the start of it, but it was when I first noticed. No, it was. It certainly was, yeah, because he was kind of normal before that, yeah. God, Eddie Marston, yeah. Like, you know, this is truly like white Western privilege. Like, this war does not affect Tom York at all. This genocide, you know, all the things that he's talking about, they don't affect him in any way whatsoever. He could live his life and nothing could happen. And he's chosen to be the villain. He's chosen to be the villain. He's chosen to, you know, to yell at people who are asking him to, like, really think about what he's talking about. I sympathize completely with the desire to do something when we're witnessing such horrific suffering on devices every day. It completely makes sense. Now I think it's a dangerous illusion to believe reposting or 1 or 2 line messages are meaningful, especially if it's to condemn your fellow human beings. Bro, I swear to God, man, no one is saying that Zios aren't human beings. We're just saying that they're bad ones. It's really, like, obvious, dude. Come on, man. It's shouting from the darkness. It's not looking people in the eye when you speak. It's making dangerous assumptions. It's not debate and critical thinking. Dude, fuck this guy. We need to turn back from what? Like, just not say anything? This is beyond the pale. What's the response to this? Oh, of course he's muted the replies. Of course he's muted the replies. Loser shit. Loser shit. Holy shit. I don't think I could have been more disappointed. I don't think I could have been more disappointed in that. What a coward. What a fucking coward. Weasel. Oh my God. Ugh. Right. Let's watch some more of this. That was shit. You know, he's like, why haven't the hostages been returned? If he'd have done a second of research, he would know that the reason that Hamas, and not just Hamas, you know, Hamas bad, like Al-Qassam, all the other organizations that make up the Al-Qassam brigades, like, doesn't even know that the resistance is more than just Hamas. It's a bunch of different organizations that have been in Gaza for years, decades, almost a century. Why they got hostages is because of the thousands of Palestinians who were detained without reason, without charge, for endless amounts of time. Tortured, experimented on, in depraved ways. Absolutely horrific. It puts a fresh lens on the history of past genocides too. The strikingly similar types of people who launder the horror while the wealthy happy to keep funding it all, like Alfred Hugenberg during World War I. Yeah. I mean, that's what it is at the end of the day, isn't it? That's what it is. Like, once you reach, like, a certain class in terms of, like, your income, you're... Unless you have, like, extremely solid, I guess, moral, ideological scruples, you are just going to become a horrible, nasty person who doesn't care about anyone but yourself. Like, that, it just appears to be that. That's every single experience I've had of someone, even people who were working class previously, and they, became CEOs, exploited people, got millions of fucking pounds. They just become selfish as fuck. They become selfish as fuck. And you know what? Arguably, the reason that they got there is because they were selfish as fuck. Hamas have tried getting a ceasefire deal over 30 times, denied every fucking time because Israel wouldn't accept the terms to stop Bombarding invading Gaza. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. God, I'm just so mad. It's fucking depraved. You fucking absolute coward. Scum. What a fucking scumbag. I know, and the worst thing about it, the reason that I'm responding like this, a lot of the times you hear like celebrities say something like this, yeah, and you're like, damn, that's disappointing, right? But with this, it's particularly bad because I know I've followed fucking Radiohead for years. I found out that they performed in Israel. I stopped fucking listening to them because of that, and their response to it, which was like, everybody deserves art. Fucking hell, let them buy you CDs, man. You don't have to go there and perform on stolen land. Holy shit. I don't know. No, don't let them buy you CDs. No, sorry. Fucking none of that shit. It's just like... And then he said nothing. He said nothing after all of this. And he's now like, oh, a random guy shouted it at my shows. And it's like, yeah, because your fans are fucking disappointed with you, bro. Mealy-mouthed and shit. It's like, you think about things like Morrissey, innit? Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, damn, at least the rest of the Smiths are okay. And it's like, I fucking hope the rest of Radiohead are okay. Their guitarist wife may have some influence over it all. Oh, what? Is Johnny Greenwood's wife a fucking proper big Zio? Hey, Mr. Dank, how you doing? Good to see you. Sorry, I'm just stressed out because I saw that Tom York posted about fucking Gaza and just did like some shit, both sides, coward bullshit. Oh, she's Israeli. Okay, well, there you go. That's it. All he does is hang out with other rich people, including his guitarist and his guitarist's wife. His guitarist's wife is Israeli. That's it. You get to that level of, that's it. I've said it all before. I've said it all. Speaking of prison, people being in prison on remand, please check out www.freeyulia.com. This is about our friend Yulia. She's in prison without trial for saying no to genocide. It's a really good website, to be honest. My partner just sent me this earlier. It's really cool. Yulia is currently on remand in HMP Bronzefield following a violent raid and arrest in November. That was in 2024. The state repression has torn her away from her home and her community in Manchester, but will not allow the state to completely isolate her. Yulia is due to stay in prison until October 2026. The Crown Prosecution Service is using anti-terror laws to make an example of those who disagree with the actions of Israel. According to the judge's own summary, she's suffering from a number of mental health conditions, including complex post-traumatic stress disorder, body dysmorphia, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. A forensic psychologist has evaluated that these symptoms have been triggered and exacerbated by the prison environment and that the risk of suicide is high. As a number of you will know, as of May 2nd, Yulia has been denied her request for bail. In the outcome, it was acknowledged in a court transcript in a now-deleted article that she was suffering enormously. Nonetheless, this was not evidence enough that her bail should be approved. The judge ruled against bail on the basis that there are substantial grounds for believing she would commit further offences and that no conditions would be strict enough to prevent this from happening. Many of us in her community sent statements testifying to the truth of who Yulia is, honest, deeply compassionate, and always going out of her way for the most marginalised. There are no allegations that she has in any way caused harm to anybody. Yulia remains in HMP Bronzefield, which is one of the 3 most highly restrictive prisons for women in the UK. It is the only purpose-built private women's prison in the UK, managed by a subsidiary of Sodexo, a French catering company. This is in short because she and co-defendants are being vaguely, but not formally, linked to the Terrorism Act. They're not charged with terror offences, but the prosecution is attempting to maintain some link to terrorism, almost certainly because it's an aggravating factor that allows for more time and resources to be used, as well as the prospect of harsher sentencing. A petition in the Filton 18's defence, now signed by over 52,000 people, notes that police have used powers under terrorism legislation to deny the accused the rights afforded to other subjects and prisoners, despite none of them being charged with a terror offence. They were held incommunicado, not allowed to talk to anyone, in solitary confinement, and interrogated constantly for a week without charge. Yulia's needs are, simply put, not met. She suffers immense daily sensory distress from bright lights and loud sounds. She's not been permitted a reading light in spite of this being a prison-approved item. She has no proper access to therapeutic or other healthcare facilities. It seems what happens behind prison walls stays there, as internal complaints from inmates go nowhere. This may be complaints about not receiving basic approved items or about fellow inmates having seizures and being left without healthcare support for an hour. There have been numerous deaths in this prison, including the death of a baby. So we are trying our best to support Yulia in spite of the circumstances. From our perspective, her resolve is astounding, but as she would put it, she persists only because she is faced with no other option. Her remand will now continue for at least a number of months. After facing holidays alone and endless long weekends inside her cell, she will likely turn 33 in the same solitary conditions. We all welcome all support to help Yulia to help us be there for her. The costs are consistently high. For example, the only phone service, the for-profit Neat phone, can easily cost £100 a week. A round-trip journey per person tends to reach about £100 and involves an 8-hour minimum journey. Between us, we make 2 to 3 journeys each week, as seeing our loved ones is one of the only things that provides the briefest respite from a situation. If you're based in the London area and would like to visit Yulia, please do contact us, as more visitors from closer by to the prison could be helpful. Visits are truly a lifeline. Read more about the Filton 18 situation. It says links in my bio, but I don't know where that's come from, but the links are all here. But yeah, the link is in the chat, so please go to the donate or button or the contact button, send Yulia an email, show your solidarity with her. If you've heard it from me, she knows who I am. You can say that you're from, I heard about you on DJ Muel's live stream or whatever. Free the Filton 18. Go to palestineaction.org/prisoners. This is a thing that the state does, and because of the way that prisoners are treated in our society, as soon as someone is arrested, everyone just forgets about them, and that's truly what is torturing Yulia more than anything. From what I've heard from conversations that people have had with her, she thinks that no one cares about her. She thinks that everyone's forgotten about her. She thinks that no one thinks that it's a travesty. I'm all the time, I'm thinking about her every day. And I don't even know her. I never met her. But people that I know love her a lot. And, I think about her. I think about her pretty much every day. And I think about all the prisoners every day who are just away. There are some people in that prison, she said, who are basically just migrants that they found, who have come across the channel, and they found them in a town or whatever. Someone's reported them. They've got no papers. They didn't get any asylum process or anything like that. And they just put this woman in prison. Can't speak English. She's just in prison. No hope of getting out, no contact, can't speak English, just in prison. It's sick what they fucking do to people in this fucking country, in the prison system, in any prison system.
Something.
So funny though, because it's what if an alien race just like doesn't understand what a state is? Gobs, thanks for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hi. Everybody, please go show some love to Gobs. Welcome in. If you're coming in from Gobs' stream, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist, anarchist, communist, anti-fascist streamer. I do politics. It's Friday night, fun night though. We're just like, you know, watching some unsolved mysteries. Sometimes like to have UFO discussions with the chat. You know, weird paranormal supernatural discussions. It's nearly over though. And we've also been in the course of it getting mad at Tom York's pithy statement about Palestine. But everyone in my stream, please go follow Gobs. They're amazing. Great streamer. Good to see you. How's your stream? How's Claire Obscure? I've heard Claire Obscure is really good. It's like a French game. Ah, the French game. And hi, Ludo. It's good to see you. Yeah. What's going on? Most humans don't even understand what a state is. Exactly. You know? We were just talking about the Voyager message where it's like it had the UN Secretary General being like, hello, I'm the head of a coalition of 145 member states who are all on planet Earth, and we're saying hi, right? And it's like, well, what if aliens just like don't know what states are or borders and they don't care? Do you know what I mean? What if they just don't know? Claire Obscure, as a Scot, I'm obligated to side with the French. Yeah, it's true.
One of the greatest mysteries of our age will remain.
They'll be like, fuck these savages. I genuinely think that they are like that. I do think that that's why, you know, they haven't allowed us to get like that much evidence of them and stuff, to the point where it's like indisputable. You know, we're able to test stuff in like a scientific way and shit like that. It's like, nah, we can't let these barely evolved animals figure this shit out. We just can't. Look at them. They're blowing each other up. They're literally killing them all the time. You know? They're genociding each other. They can't even do anything about a genocide. They literally can't, like, they capitulate and lie and make excuses. There's this one human, he's called Tom York. He's an absolute wet scrote. The wettest scrote that could ever exist in the entire history of the world. Just a smelly, wet scrote. Like, you know, when you haven't washed your balls for like a long time and they smell like vinegar, and you've been outside in the heat and it's a hot day and it's really muggy and it's like in a city center, there's brake dust everywhere. You've had like an ice cream and it's all sticky on you, and you're getting like bits of like sand off the ground, and it's like a sensory nightmare, you know? And he's just like that encapsulated as a person. I'm so sorry, the Gobs, but I've got to go to bed. It's 20 to 2 in the morning, and I do appreciate the raid though. I really, really do. But yeah, I gotta raid out myself now. But honestly, chat, thank you so much for all the subs, all the donos today. I even had some bits today. Crazy. It's been a while since I've had some bits. I'll be back on Monday. I'm streaming again now. Like, this might be my job for the foreseeable future. Like, I kind of need to. Do you know what I mean? Because otherwise, I could barely afford to pay rent and shit. So, gonna have to try it. Listen, we're gonna go and raid the famous Frogan. You will have all heard of Frogan recently. She's pretty cool. We're gonna go raid her. Because oh god, oh Jesus. Because I just think that's neat. I just think it would be neat to raid Frogan. You know? Because she's had a bit of hate recently, and it's just not nice. And she's a really nice person, so, you know, that's that, isn't it? That's that. Sleep easy, majestic humans. Yeah. Enjoy the weekend. Check out my socials. They're all there. You can check out my link tree. You can check out my Patreon, particularly. Please sub to my Patreon. That would be cool. I got more content coming. There should be a cheeky video out this weekend, just based on the Zionism or Nazi quest. Zionism or Nazi questionnaire I did on stream on Wednesday night, sort of like a chopped up version of that. So look out for that. That'll probably be on the main YouTube channel. But yeah, thanks so much, everyone. Really appreciate you being here. There's no Red Planet this week, so enjoy your weekend. But yeah, make sure to subscribe to Red Planet as well. Red Planet Live on Twitch, etc., etc. I will see you when I see you. Peace, 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 peace.